everyone. I'll entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
I'll make that motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on these matters, the board panel renders the following. License number P 320167. That ASP is rejected and will be set for hearing. License number R 871808. That ASP is accepted. License number R 876204. That ASP is accepted. License number P 334972. That ASP is accepted. Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. What is the next matter on the docket for today?
I believe the next matters begin to be noticed at 11:30 this morning. I did notice earlier that Mr. McCombs was present on the Zoom. We could reach out to Mr. McCombs and see if he would like to proceed earlier than scheduled. If the board panel would like to do that, or we can wait till 11:30.
Earlier. If he's available.
Yeah, if he's available earlier, that's fine. We can exit and you just let us know when he's ready.
Okay, give me about 10 minutes. We'll see if we can contact Mr. McCombs and see if he'd like to proceed.
All right, well,
Thank you.
we will exit and return shortly. Take a brief recess. Thank you. All right, thank you everyone for your patience. It appears we are ready to proceed with the next matter. The next matter on the docket, license number R 890 820. Taylor McCombs. Is the licensee present?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, please note for the record that Mr. McCombs is present via Zoom. We've already had our introduction of our board members. The proceeding will move forward as follows. We will have an opportunity for opening statements for each party. There will be an opportunity for each party to present their case. We'll allow for cross-examination as well as any redirect if necessary. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, we'll allow for closing statements. The board will make its findings of fact and conclusions of law and render its decision, a copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of the conclusion of this hearing. I will note for the record that there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. At this time, I will ask that all witnesses be sworn in.
Mr. Combs, will you raise your right hand and roll, please? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of God? Mr. McCombs, can you hear me?
Yes,
Did you hear me out?
I'm sorry, it was kind of cutting out.
Will you raise your right hand so I can swear you in, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
All right, thank you very much. Mr. McCombs, are you represented by counsel today?
no,
You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel?
yes,
You also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
yes,
You also understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued on your behalf by the board.
yes,
Is it your testimony that you're ready to proceed with this hearing today?
yes.
All right, thank you. Do you have any preliminary matters, counsel?
I would request that we be allowed to introduce board exhibits B1 through B10, as well as exhibit R1, which is the document submitted its inpatient treatment completion letter into evidence today.
Mr. McCombs, have you had an opportunity to review those documents?
I did.
Do you have any objection?
No,
All right, thank you. Those documents are admitted. Anything further, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
At this time, we'll begin with opening statements. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. We're here today for a hearing before the board panel on the suspension and possible revocation of the nursing license of Taylor McCombs. Mr. McCombs was first licensed as a registered nurse in Mississippi on April the 11th, 2012, and has been licensed as a registered nurse in the state since that time. The evidence today will show that on or about July the 2nd, 2022, Mr. McCombs, while working as a contract nurse at Merit Health Wesley in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1L in that he engaged in unprofessional conduct. Specifically, it's alleged that he misappropriated drugs to himself and that he administered these drugs to himself. Specifically, the evidence will show that he dispensed morphine but failed to document administration of the medicine. Secondly, the evidence will show that he dispensed propofol and failed to document its administration. Photographs will also show Mr. McCombs slumped over with a hip lock in his right ankle and a syringe in his hand at the nurse's station. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 731529-1, this board has the power to continue suspension of Mr. McCombs' license or to revoke his license to practice as an RN in the state. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. McCombs, if you have an opening statement, you can make it at this time.
I just, want to say that, yes, I have had a previous history with drug addiction and substance abuse in the past. I completed the Recovery Nurse program in 2018. Since that time, I basically stopped working the program and did go through a relapse and struggled again with substance abuse history. I did misappropriate the drugs and was taking them for self-administration. I apologize for that. Since that time, I did go and admit myself into an inpatient treatment at Palmetto Addiction and Recovery Center. I completed a 60-day program there. I'm currently enrolled in IOP at Bridge to Recovery, which I'm doing 3 nights a week. I have a sponsor and I'm working the steps now, and I plan to do aftercare when I complete the IOP.
All right, thank you, sir. Counsel, you may proceed.
The board calls investigator Hashina Jones, please.
Yes,
Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment for the record.
my name is Hoshina Jones, a resident of Hines County. A place of employment, Mississippi Board of Nursing, as an investigator,
Sorry, how long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
10 years,
And during that time, what positions have you held?
investigator.
So is it part of your duties with the board to investigate complaints that are received against licensed nurses in the state of Mississippi?
That is correct.
If you would, please turn to what's been marked as Exhibit V2 and identify that document, please.
This document is a nurse information.
And who is the nurse listed on this document?
Taylor Shea McComb.
And what type of registration or license does this show Mr. McCombs has?
RN.
And what's his license number?
His license number is 890820.
And is this a single state license?
Yes, it is.
And when was he first licensed in Mississippi?
April 11th, 2012.
And if you would, please turn to what has been marked as Exhibit B5 and identify that document for the record, please.
B5 is the complaint.
And if you would, turning to the second, so this is, I'm sorry, what is a complaint and what else is contained within B5?
The dates of hearing, notification.
And is there also an order suspending the license of Mr. McCombs contained within this exhibit?
Yes.
If you would, in looking at the second page of B5, the complaint, would you tell us what Mr. McCombs is charged with today?
Charge 1 in that the respondent violated Mississippi Code 731529, and that respondent engaged in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, namely misappropriation of drugs, supplies, or equipment pursuant to 30 Mississippi Administration Code 2820 R1.2H. And or charge 2 that the respondent violated the Mississippi Code 731529, and that respondent engaged in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, namely possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed pursuant to the 30 Mississippi Administration Code 2820 R1.2R.
And if you would, please tell us what substantiating facts are also listed in the complaint related to Mr. McCombs' actions.
And specifically and related to all charges, respondent while employed as a contract nurse for CrossMed Staffing Solutions in Omaha, Nebraska, was assigned to work at Merit Health Wesley in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. On or about July the 2nd, 2022 at 6:32 a.m., respondent dispensed morphine but failed to document administration of the medication. On July the 2nd, 2022 at 2:23 a.m., respondent dispensed propanol and failed to document administration of the medication. Respondent was later observed slumped over with a hip lock in his right ankle and a syringe in his hand. He was also observed continuously waking up, then falling asleep at his workstation.
Did you have an opportunity, let's go back. How did you receive notice of this incident?
The facility report to the board and to the intake coordinator, and I was assigned this.
And when you receive a complaint from a facility, do you conduct an investigation?
Yes.
Okay, and what does that investigation usually entail?
I'm retaining all the information to substantiate the report by subpoena requested for documents.
If you would, let's turn to what has been marked as Exhibit B6, and I believe it's a series of photographs.
Yeah.
Could you describe where you obtained these photographs?
In the scope of my investigation via a subpoena,
And you obtained them from what facility?
Whistle, Merritt Whistle,
And who appears in these photographs?
it appeared to be Mr. McCombs.
And I believe there's 5 photographs total, is that correct?
Yeah.
And looking at the first photograph, could you tell me what is contained in Mr. McCombs' left hand?
Syringe.
And could you also, in looking at his right ankle, tell me what you see there?
Looked like a hip lock in the ankle. That's across the
And
stage.
if you would, let's turn to the second photo in B6. I think it's a closer version of the ankle. What do you see in Mr. McCombs' right
Well-
ankle?
What appeared to be the hip lock.
And looking at the third page, what is that that's dangling on the left side of the desk?
Possibly a turnip.
And then if you would look at the next photograph, what is Mr. McCombs doing in the fourth photograph of B6?
Completely slumped over on the bed.
He appears to be passed out, is that correct?
Yes.
And then in the last photograph that was submitted to you of B6, does Mr. McCombs appear to be awake in this photograph?
No,
And are these still photos that the facility submitted that was obtained from surveillance footage?
yes,
Do you know if Mr. McCombs submitted to a drug screen?
no,
Did he state that he was unable to provide a sample for the drug screen?
no, well, maybe.
Let's go
Let's
to
go back.
Exhibit B7 and
Okay.
identify that document, please.
Which is the facility report.
And if you would, let's start at the beginning of that narrative and just kind of summarize what the report submitted related to this incident. Well, I can go through and ask some questions. There was a report received at the facility that Mr. McCombs had done what? That he disappeared for what?
He disappeared for a period of time, going to the restroom. He was from the restroom to the patient's room. And from there, once they noticed him again down the line, he was found slumped over on the desk, at the desk.
If you would, read these first 4 or 5 sentences of the report, please.
Taylor
Beginning with Taylor McCombs.
RN nursing license, RN license number, multiple state, Mississippi, R890820, Misty Long, RN, was working with Taylor and that night in CVR. Misty stated that Taylor received a report from day shift and immediately went into the CVR bathroom and remained there for an hour. He came out of the bathroom and went into his patient's room and then came back out to the desk. Misty states he could not talk right and that it was only garbage. At 9 p.m., Taylor pulled out propanol on his patient that was already extubated and took it into his patient's room. Misty saw Taylor pulling up propanol into a syringe and asked him why he was doing that with an intubated patient. Taylor stated that he simply pulled it out to scan it to fix his charting for the previous shift. Taylor said he was planning on returning it, and Misty told him that he couldn't return it because it was now being used. Misty went back to the desk and heard a loud noise and went into the room and saw that Taylor had dropped the bottle of propanol on the floor. Misty asked Taylor where the rest of the propanol was, and he said that was all of it. Taylor asked Misty to waste it in the Pyxis and she refused. So Taylor called Kay, the pharmacist, and she wasted it with him. Misty stated after that happened, Taylor would just turn around at the station and pass completely out. And then a while later, wake right up, and Misty walked over to Taylor after the last couple of times of passing out and saw his syringe of propanol in his hip lock in his right ankle.
Let's stop there and go to the third page of Exhibit B7. And can you tell me what this document is?
Okay, this is a fitness for duty, reasonable suspicious of testing checklist.
And if you would tell me what that document is.
Okay, this is a fitness for duty to justify whether or not they would actually respond or the nurse for a drug screening, and they check off he disappeared from his work area. He was sleeping on duty. He was lethargic, sleeping. He was swaying, incoherent, and he had heavy eyelids.
And if you would go back to this statement, the complaint that was received from the facility, the second page of B7. When he was
Okay.
asked to submit to a drug screen,
He was asked the following night before his 7P, 7A shift to submit to a drug screen by the nursing supervisor. He stated he was unable to provide a sample. He was given water and allowed time and still was unable to produce any sample. We requested his badge and asked him to leave the facility. He stated he would just go on to another assignment.
okay, you can stop there. So in response to being asked to give a drug screen, what was Mr. McCombs' response to the facility? He stated what?
Well, he couldn't produce any urine, but when they asked for his badge, he stated that he could just go on to another assignment.
And was Mr. McCombs a contract employee at this facility? Is that correct?
Yes,
With CrossMed staffing out of Omaha, Nebraska?
yes.
And this isn't the first time that he's had a substance abuse problem, is it?
That's correct.
And if you would, turn with me to what's been marked B9.
Okay.
And looking at that second page, please identify this document.
Looking at the second page of B9.
Yes.
It's a program participant affidavit for cover and nurse program, which was then what we call RNP.
And if you would, looking at the next page, has 2 at the bottom, but it's the third page of Exhibit B9. If you would look at the second paragraph. Ask for your indulgence for just a second. Sorry, the second page. The second paragraph, the last sentence. So on the first document where it says program participant affidavit recovery nurse
Mhm.
program, the second paragraph,
So
the
I
last
acknowledge that I have-
sentence where it starts with specifically, could you tell us what that document says from the prior RNP? Beginning with specifically.
Okay. Specifically, I meant to the diversion of opiates, benzodiazepines, including Dilaudid, morphine, and Ativan from my place of employment on or about June of 2013.
And if you would look with me at Exhibit B8, we won't go through these because I believe it's Mr. McCombs' testimony that he admits to diversion. But basically, what did Mr. McCombs do in this case with regard to wasting the propofol?
What did he do?
What
Say B what?
B8?
B8. Well, you looking at it.
You can go to the last page of B8. It kind of summarizes everything.
Okay, the last page, the third page of it.
The last page of B8, yes. but It's not third page.
You're looking at the dispense.
Well, let's turn to the dispense record.
Okay, this is the omni-sale dispense transactions, in which Mr. McComb dispensed the medications and under the patient's name.
July 2nd, 2022 at 2:23.
July 2023. Issue
And tell us
Propanol.
what happened on that day.
The Propanol was removed and taken out on MO type, which stands for the item dispensed without required medical order or doctor's order. That med was removed after the order was discontinued.
So did Mr. McCombs remove propofol after there's no order to remove propofol on the date in question on July 2nd, 2022?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. McCombs, do you have any questions for this witness?
I guess the only question I would have is on that last page we were looking at there on the exhibit B8, where it does show on the July the 2nd at 2:03 a.m. It shows I removed it under the MO, and then right underneath it, at what do you see on the line right underneath it that it says?
7-2 at 0243, 1,000 milligram Propanol.
And then the type underneath the type column.
It's your waste.
Okay, and then at the bottom left, what do you see there?
Deborah A.
Where it says witness name.
Witness by K. Sullivan, the pharmacist.
Okay.
Anything further for this witness, Mr. McCombs?
No.
Any questions from the board panel for this witness?
No, Your Honor, no redirect.
Any questions from the board panel?
I just have a quick question. What was the unit? Was it cardiovascular recovery, cardiovascular ICU? Were they the same?
I'm not sure. It's cardiovascular.
It said different. I just didn't know.
Oh.
If it was the same thing. Foundation, I can ask him later. It's okay.
Any further questions from the board panel for this witness? Do you have any redirect, counsel?
No, I do not,
Recovery.
Your Honor.
Cardiovascular recovery.
There's nothing further from this witness. She can be excused.
Thank you.
Anything further, counsel?
No, I have no further witnesses, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. McCombs, this is your opportunity to present to the board panel your side of this. You may begin at this time.
So yes, I mean, I will go ahead and admit I was using propofol. However, it states in some of the records, based upon the statement received by the witness, I guess that's, I'm trying to scroll through the pages, exhibit B7, the first page, just some discrepancies. It states around the 5th line that at 9 p.m., based on her statement, that I pulled out propofol on a patient that was already extubated. I guess on the documents that show the omni-cell removal, it doesn't show I removed anything until 2:23. And then at 2:43, there is documentation that the dose was wasted. If I recall correctly, the patient was extubated that morning of my shift the night before. As I was going back through my charting, I did realize that I had forgot to scan a dose from the previous night. I called the pharmacist, I believe, and asked what we should do. It was her recommendation just to pull one out on override, because if the only other way to do it is she would have had to put in an order for the propofol on the patient to be able to pull it out. And then she asked for me to just return it after I scanned it. I believe I set the propofol on the computer and it fell off on the floor and broke, but there is documentation that the drug was wasted. Like I said, I do admit to using propofol. I was actually getting the propofol from old containers that were in a large sharps container that we had in the unit there, and was using the medication from there.
Okay, let
But
me just stop you there, Mr. McCombs. I just want to make sure that we have our record clear. You are referencing Exhibit B7, and I think it's the first few lines of that exhibit. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I was referencing first, was the statement given, the narrative there by the report given by Misty.
Okay, and the second document you're referencing is actually a part of Exhibit B8, and I think it may be the last page.
Yeah, the last page of B8. I apologize.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be clear with that. You can go ahead.
Okay. That's really all I have to say. I don't really have anything further to say.
All right. Council, any questions for Mr. McCombs?
Yes, I have a few questions. Mr. McCombs, please tell the board your educational background.
My educational background, I completed high school. I went to Ole Miss. I graduated from the University of Mississippi Medical Center in 2010 with a bachelor's degree in nursing.
And when were you first licensed as an RN in Mississippi?
2012.
And I believe you've already said that you've already previously been in the recovery nurse program. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you would, please tell the board what types of treatment, again, or counseling that you've had related to your substance abuse disorder.
In 2013, I attended an inpatient rehab for 102 days. And then I entered into the RNP program and completed a 5-year contract with them, during which time I was required to attend 3 AA meetings a week, as well as check in for random drug screens throughout the duration of the 5-year period. And then this most recent time, I admitted myself into Palmetto in July of 2022 to Palmetto Addiction and Recovery Center. I was treated there for severe opiate use disorder and alcohol disorder. I completed a 60-day treatment program there. I've since got out. Now I'm working in an IOP, an intensive outpatient recovery with Bridge to Recovery here in Jackson, Mississippi. That meets 3 nights a week for 3 hours. I also have gotten a new sponsor, and I'm working the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous with my sponsor. And then once I complete the IOP program, I plan to continue aftercare program for at least 2 years with Bridge to Recovery.
Mr. McCombs, I believe you testified that you admitted that you used propofol. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you admit that with the pictures of you from July the 2nd, 2022, slumped over the chair, the syringe, the headlock, you admit that was you. Is that correct?
Yeah, that was me.
And you admit that you used propofol at that time, right?
Correct.
And it's your testimony here today that you did not divert the propofol from a patient, but instead you took it from the wasted bin. I don't know what that's called. What is that called?
It's just a large sharps container that we had, because the bottles are too round to fit in the little sharps containers that go on the wall. And so it was like a big sharps container that we had on the floor where we put all the old bottles of propofol.
So today you're telling the board panel that you went into the sharps container to get propofol syringes out and use those syringes. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I got the bottles and would draw the medication up from those bottles. Yes, ma'am.
And where did you obtain the hep lock from?
The nursing supplies.
What about the syringe?
Yeah, from the supplies, from just a flush syringe.
When you were asked to submit to a drug screen, why did you not submit to a drug screen?
I didn't have to go. I had gotten to work, I guess, probably about 6:30 that evening. And I just didn't have to use I think I maybe have used the restroom before I got approached by the nursing supervisor to submit to a drug screen. I told her I didn't have to go. I then asked her if I could have something to drink or anything, and she said yes. I think I remember asking if I needed to take one or not, and I think her response was the drug screen is could only help your case. It's either way you're going to be terminated, whether or not you submit one or not. But I believe I just didn't have to use the restroom at the time.
Mr. McCombs, what is your drug of choice?
Opiates
And how long has that been your drug of choice?
since 2012.
What did you use prior to 2012?
Alcohol, marijuana,
And prior to that,
nothing.
when did your alcohol and marijuana use start at Ole Miss?
Yes, ma'am.
And how old are you today?
34.
So you've had an ongoing substance abuse problem on and off for about approximately 16 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you ever been charged criminally?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
When I was in 2012, when I was diverting, I had some narcotics in the car in my personal vehicle that was searched by campus police at that time and was charged with possession of a controlled substance.
And what was the outcome of that charge?
They got expunged.
Did you have to serve any type of probationary terms?
Yeah, I entered into a pretrial intervention with the Hinds County court system and it was a year-long program.
With the Hinds County court system?
Yeah, with Hinds County.
So campus police for what university, Mr. McCombs?
University of Mississippi Medical Center.
And I believe you said you were first licensed in 2012. Is that correct, in Mississippi?
That's correct.
So when did this occur in 2012? The possession of controlled substance?
Or it may have been 2013. It's right before I entered into treatment. I think it was maybe June or July of 2013.
So not long after you were licensed as a nurse, you were charged with possession of controlled substance. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe it was.
Within a few months, would say.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Any questions from the board panel for Mr. McCombs?
I have some questions. Mr. McCombs, I'm Laura Moore, I'm APRN. So you stated that you were, you received your BSN in 2010, is that correct?
That's correct.
But you weren't licensed until 2012?
That's correct.
And why is that? Why was the 2-year time lapse there?
I was attempting to pass the NCLEX and was unsuccessful a couple of times and then kind of got discouraged about not being able to pass it. And I think I waited for a period of a couple of months before I retook it again.
Okay. And where were you first employed?
At the University of Mississippi Medical Center.
What unit?
Med surge.
How soon after you started working as a nurse, did you start using opiates or any other drugs?
I can't recall exactly, within a few months.
In a few months. How about when you were in nursing school? Did you ever divert any drugs or use any opiates while you were in school?
No,
Did you have the intention of diverting drugs when you became a nurse?
no, that was never the intention.
Were you using opiates before you became a nurse?
No, just smoking marijuana and drinking alcohol.
So did the opiate use start with diverting drugs at work?
Yes.
And you know about how long you were using before you were caught?
It wasn't that long, maybe a month or two.
Were you initially, were you using while you were at work or just diverting and going home?
Using at work.
What were you using initially? I know your propofol has been the most recent, but that's a pretty intense drug to start with,
It was Dilaudid.
Dilaudid. And were you injecting that?
Yes.
At what point after you got out of the recovery program did you start using again?
I started drinking probably maybe a year after. And then my use started back with taking over-the-counter synthetic opiates, which is kratom and tianeptine. I worked at a drug and addiction facility as a nurse there, and that's where I learned about kratom and tianeptine, and can be purchased at a gas station. And that's when my use, I guess, with my drug of choice started back, and that was probably close to a year ago this time, maybe a year and a half.
Has there been any point that you've worked as a nurse that you've been sober?
Yes.
Were you working during the time that you were in MNBP?
Yeah, the recovery nurse program during that first 5 years. Yeah, I was working as a nurse the entire 5 years of that program.
Where were you working at that time?
At initially it was with St. Dominic's Hospital.
Okay. And you had access to medications at that place?
That's correct.
Okay. How do you feel you are as of right now with your recovery?
Right now, I feel my recovery is great. I'm getting back into the program. I'm back to calling my sponsor and working the program. I mean, I'll be completely honest. After that 5 years, I kind of didn't really think I had a drinking problem at the time. It was all drugs, so I knew I was going to start drinking again. And during that time, I completely got away from the program. I stopped working the steps. I stopped calling my sponsors. I stopped going to meetings. I stopped doing everything that I did for those 5 years that worked, because I figured that I, kind of had this thing beat. And this time around, I've realized that, even drinking is a serious problem for me, and anything that alters my mind or any mind altering substance for me is something I can't tolerate. And I realize now that, this is going to be a lifelong process. This is not just something that I get over in a few years. This is going to be something I have to continue to work for the rest of my life.
Do you think at this point you would be able to work as a nurse?
At this point today,
Yes.
I would say I could go back to working as a nurse, yes, with some supervision. I'm not sure how the program is set up now. I know previously there was restrictions, like for the first year I was working, I couldn't even take an order for narcotics. And then I think like within that year, then I could take an order and somebody else had to give it for me. It was kind of a slow process of getting me back into being able to be around controlled substance.
So do you think that if you were presented with the opportunity to divert narcotics at this point, you would?
No. I realized that, like I said, my life is completely unmanageable when that happens. And I do things that I'm very ashamed of and embarrassed of and guilty of. And I apologize for those, but that's just me completely involved in my active addiction. And when I'm completely sober and I have a spiritually fit program, I have no desire to use or drink at all.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. Was this a cardiovascular recovery unit or an ICU? Where
It Yeah, it is an ICU, so it's called cardiovascular ICU, but some hospitals call it cardiovascular surgery.
Okay, so what was the patient nurse ratio?
It's most of the time 1-to-1, sometimes 1-to-2.
Okay, so who was taking care of your patients the night that we have the images of you sleeping?
I mean, there was 2 nurses in there. I think we had 2 patients. I mean, but I was assigned to the patient that I was taking care of, and the other nurse was assigned to her patient.
Right, so who was taking care of your patient while you were asleep?
I guess no one. I mean, I would assume the other nurse was listening out for it, but you know, it was ultimately my responsibility.
Okay. So you were a contract nurse in the past, let's see, since 2018. Where else have you worked? You said you're a contract nurse. What other areas have you worked?
I worked cardiovascular surgery at St. Dominic's Hospital for roughly 4 years, I believe. And then I went and worked with Fresenius Kidney Care doing dialysis for about a year. And then I went and worked at Merit Health Central in their cardiovascular recovery ICU for 3 years, I believe. And then I became a travel nurse. Oh, and then I worked out at, I can't think of the name of the company of Defining Wellness, which is a drug and rehab facility in Brandon, Mississippi. I worked there for a few months before I started traveling when COVID started.
Okay, so have you ever had any problems with any of those employers in terms of, I guess, disciplinary problems?
No,
So no disciplinary issues or concerns or reports to any other state?
no.
Okay, so then I just have one other question. So first, I appreciate your candor about your disease. So you were in the recovery nurse program for 5 years, and now it's been, and you had a relapse, you've admitted that, but it's been 3 months since this incident that we're discussing today. So I guess I'd like to hear from you how you think that you would even be close to ready to be responsible for taking care of patients.
Well, that's, I guess I maybe not have explained it correctly. Like I said, you know, I mean, obviously right now at this day and time, I'm trying to work on myself and make sure that, you know, I have my life in order, because I can't take care of anyone else. I can't take care of myself. I guess what I meant by the statement is I guess once I get actually fit to be able to go back to caring for patients, being under some sort of a monitoring program that restricts my access to narcotics and things like that could be beneficial, like it was the first time that I went through the program, instead of just jumping right back in and having access to them.
Okay, so that raises a good question. So what would you have done differently after after the first program that was 5 years, and then you said you didn't really think you had a problem with alcohol, so you kind of started there. What would you do differently in terms of your choices for employment, that sort of thing? Because you reported that you've worked a lot in intensive care areas.
Correct. I think the main thing that I would have done differently now is, you know, I would have convinced myself without, you know, unreasonable doubt that I am powerless over alcohol and my life is completely unmanageable. And, you know, I would have maintained constant contact with my sponsor and continued to go to AA meetings and work the program. That's something I greatly regret. It's not something I can change. The only thing I can change is, you know, moving forward now. And this is a learning opportunity for me. It's a very hard one to accept, but I mean, I would have done a lot different. As far as employment goes, I love doing cardiovascular recovery and cardiovascular ICU. It's my favorite thing to do. But it's when I stopped working the program of Alcoholics Anonymous and staying in contact with my sponsor and people in the sober community is when my spiritual, I guess my spiritual fitness or my spiritual life per se started to dwindle. And that's what ultimately led me to relapsing.
Okay, so you understand, and I'm sure you do, that as much as we're concerned about your recovery, our primary concern is about the patients that are entrusted to a nurse's care. And so your
Correct.
own admission, you're not ready. You're working on yourself right now. You're not ready to really be responsible for someone else.
That's
Particularly
correct.
someone who's vulnerable.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Any further questions from the board panel? Any follow-up, council?
Taylor.
Anything further you'd like to share with the board panel, Mr. McCombs?
No, I believe everything was covered. Like I said, I admit that, yes, I did take the propofol while at work. Like I said, I apologize for that. I can't change the past. All I can do is try to change my life moving forward, and I'm taking the steps, and I have a plan in place to help me with my recovery along the way and to live a happy, sober life the rest of my life. So.
All right, at this time, we'll begin with our closing statements. Council.
Thank you. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1L provides that the board has the power to suspend or revoke the license of a registered nurse for unprofessional conduct. After spending an hour in the bathroom earlier this year in July on a shift, Mr. McCombs was then found slumped over the nurse's desk, passed out with a syringe in his hand and a head block in his right ankle. He admits to the use of propofol while he was working at a facility. Through surveillance, photographs, and hospital records, his actions are clearly confirmed. Despite being caught, Mr. McCombs did not take the requested drug screen, and when asked to leave the facility, told his co-workers that he would just go on to another assignment. This is not Mr. McCombs' first time to suffer the consequences of his addiction, and he readily admits that he has been an addict for at least 16 years. Although I appreciate Mr. McCombs' candor today with this board in order to protect the life and health of the patients in his care, as well as to protect Mr. McCombs from himself, I would respectfully request this board panel take all necessary action permitted under Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29. Thank you.
Thank you, council. Mr. McCombs, if you have a closing statement, you can make it at this time.
I don't have any additional to say, other than what I've reiterated a couple of times about, I admit I was wrong. I apologize for that. And I'm, attempting to get my life correct by doing the necessary things to make sure that ultimately, the most important thing to me is staying sober. The decision that's made as to what happens to my license is clearly out of my hands, and I respect the decision that's made. My most important thing right now is me taking care of myself and getting myself sober.
Thank you, Mr. McCombs. Council, do we have any of is the next matter ready to proceed? Do we need to?
Your Honor, all of the additional matters have been noticed for 11:30 or afterward, so we don't have anything else that we can currently take at this time.
All right, at this time, I'll entertain a motion for the board panel to go into closed determination regarding whether executive session is necessary in this matter.
Make that motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Now entertain a motion for the board panel to exit to executive session for deliberation on license number R890820.
Make the motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. The board is now exiting to executive session for deliberation on this matter. We will return shortly with a decision. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are back on the record. I'll entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
I'll make that motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number R 890-820, the board panel renders the following. The licensee's privilege to practice nursing is revoked. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of this hearing. Are there any questions? Mr. McCombs, if you are speaking, it looks like you are on mute.
No further questions. Appreciate the decision of the board and entertaining my time. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. That will conclude this matter. We will return with the next matter before the board panel at 11:30. To the next matter before the board panel regarding license number P 329-967. Abby Toler. As you. Right. As with the other matters, we will begin with opening statements. We will hear the arguments from both sides. There will be an opportunity for questioning. At the conclusion of both arguments, we'll have closing statements. The board will have an opportunity to make findings of fact and conclusions of law and render its decision. I will note for the record, there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. At this time, I'll ask that all witnesses be sworn in.
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Toler, you are not represented by counsel, is that correct?
Who?
Lawyer.
No, sir.
You understand you have the right to have one?
Yes,
Understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
yes,
You are ready to proceed with this hearing today,
yes.
right? Counsel, do we have any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to move to introduce board exhibits B1 through B7 into evidence. Ms. Toler has also been provided a copy of those as well.
Have you had an opportunity to review those, Ms. Toler?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to them being admitted?
Which numbers is it? I don't understand the numbers. I've never been through this. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. B1 is on the bottom, and then you'll see a sticker on the second page that says B2. So the beginning of each exhibit has a mark that indicates B1. The second exhibit is B2. The third exhibit is B3. And you go through 7.
Yes, ma'am.
If you need a minute to take a look at them, that's fine. Any
That's fine.
objection to them being admitted? You speak into the mic. please.
No, sir.
Thank you. They are admitted. We'll at this point begin with opening statements. Counsel, you may proceed.
We are here today to hear evidence before this board panel related to this suspension and possible revocation of the nursing license of Abby Toler. Mrs. Toler was first licensed as a multi-state LPN on August the 6th, 2014. On January the 15th, 2020, while working at San Francisville County Manor in St. Francisville, Louisiana, Mrs. Toler was assigned to care for patients during a 12-hour shift, but was not on her assigned halls for a period of 5 hours. She also left the facility with medication keys twice during the same assigned shift. On January 30th, 2020, the Louisiana Board of Nursing issued an order summarily suspending Mrs. Toler's license to practice in Louisiana. It is alleged that she violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1D, and that she is a licensed to practice nursing suspended in another jurisdiction and was placed under disciplinary order in that state. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1D, this board has the power to continue with the suspension or to revoke the license of a nurse where that nurse has had a license suspended in another jurisdiction or been placed under a disciplinary order. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Toler, if you have an opening statement, you can make it at this time.
No, sir.
All right. Counsel, you may go ahead.
The board calls its first witness, Investigator Hoshina Jones. If you would state your name, address, and place of employment for the record, please.
My name is Hoshina Jones. My residence county is Hines County, employed with the Mississippi Board of Nursing,
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
10 years,
And what is your position with the Board of Nursing?
investigator.
If you would, please turn to what has been marked as Exhibit 5. That will have the sticker B5 on the bottom of it. And identify that document, please.
Document of notice of hearing,
If you go to the second page, what is that page?
order of suspension of license.
And what does it list as the name on the order suspending the license?
What does it list?
who is the order for? I'm sorry.
Added Toler,
And what is the license number that was suspended?
329967.
And if you would, turn to the next page and identify that document, please.
The complaint,
And what is the complaint list as the charge?
the charge one,
And you can just summarize.
okay, the respondent had a license privilege to practice as a registered nurse or the practical nurse suspended or revoked in another jurisdiction has voluntarily surrendered such license. Charge two was she was engaged in unprofessional conduct as defined by the board and its rules. Stop it.
And what were the facts that were alleged
On
by the Board of Nursing?
specifically related to all charges.
I tell you what, we'll just. Yes, the facts that were listed on the complaint against Mrs. Toler.
On or about August 6, 2014, respondent was issued a multi-state license as a LPN in the state of Mississippi. On or about September 2nd, 2019, respondent began working at St. Francisville County Manor in Franceville, Louisiana, under her multi-state privileges. While working at the facility on or about January 15, 2020, the respondent was assigned to care for patients during the 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. shift. Facility notice video surveillance that respondent was not on her assigned house supervising residents for 5 hours of the assigned shift. The facility also noticed respondent left the facility with the medication fees twice during her assigned shift, and the facility terminated respondent.
If you would, turn to what has been marked B6 and identify that document, please.
B6 is a Louisiana State Board practical nurse examiner order.
And what does this order indicate related to Mrs. Toler?
The board has determined the allegation against you are sufficiently seriously or summarily suspended for a multi-state license purchase to practice in Louisiana in accordance with the above site authority hereby issued in the following order. Can we go further on?
No. Was Mrs. Toler's license been suspended by the Louisiana Board of Nursing?
That's correct.
And what's the date of this order? If you look at the top of the order.
The date of this order is January 30th, 2020.
And in cases where another jurisdiction has suspended the license, is there then grounds for Mississippi to also suspend and mirror the actions of the other state?
Yes.
No further questions.
Ms. Toler, do you have any questions for this witness?
I don't have any questions, but I do know that, some of this stuff isn't true.
Okay, you'll have an opportunity to go over that, but if this time, if you have questions of this witness, you can ask them. If you don't, that's fine.
Oh, okay.
Any questions for this witness from the board panel? Anything further, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Now, at this time, Ms. Toler, you can share with the board your argument in this matter. You can go ahead.
Okay, well, what had happened whenever I went to work down there? I was with a nursing friend who had a medical emergency, who's started new medication and stuff. And they try to say in here that I went and slept in a vehicle, and I never went and slept in a vehicle. However, did, and I checked on him all throughout the night. He was my childhood friend and stuff. And I was in and out of the facility. It wasn't 5 consecutive hours, nor did I leave the facility with the keys. Only time I did was once on a lunch break. I had 36 patients, and I couldn't have paid another nurse to take on my 36 patients. No one counted off to go to lunch. It's just something that didn't happen at that facility. And I do realize that, you know, nothing about it's okay, but it was a mistake. And I do feel that I had to take care of my friend at that time.
Any questions for Ms. Toler, council?
Yes. Mrs. Teller, when were you first licensed as an LPN?
In 2014,
And where are you currently working?
my license are suspended. I've lost my house. I've lost everything because of it. So yeah, I'm not working anywhere.
When was the last time you worked?
I worked in April or May, as soon as I found out my license were suspended.
Okay, I'm sorry. The last time you worked was April or May of this year,
Yes.
of 2022?
Yes, and by the way, this happened in December of 2019. They let me work through the whole pandemic. Louisiana, the only stuff that they sent me was wanting me to pay $1,000 to give up my license, which I didn't have at that time. And then they sent me another letter, one more letter saying that I could pay $500 and take all these CEUs and they would give me my license back. And I didn't have that at the time. I'm a single mom going through a lot. So half the stuff, some of these saying I live in Brandon, I live in Liberty, Mississippi. I don't know where all these, I hadn't been missing these hearings on purpose. I have nothing to run from. I didn't miss any of this purposely. I don't get any letters.
Let's just go back through some of the stuff that you just said.
Mhm.
First of all, tell me where you went to school.
Um,
Where did you get your education to be an LPN?
Southwest and Summit, Mississippi.
And what year was that?
I graduated in June 2014.
And what month were you licensed again? Do you remember?
Maybe August, I took my boards, I'm not sure.
If I said August of 14, does that sound right?
Yeah.
You testified that you're not currently working, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And you testified that the incident the incident that you're here about today occurred in December of 2019. Is that also correct?
Well, they put January on here, but it was December. The very end of December.
And you continued working at that same facility until when?
Oh, not long, like a day after. Day after.
If you look at B6, that's the order we referenced previously from the Louisiana State Board.
Yeah, I see these dates. I see the
You'll
date.
see that the date listed there is January 30th, 2020.
No, that's whenever they decided to let the Board of Nursing know. This January 15th is when they're saying the incident occurred. And I could be wrong, but
Well, this letter on B6 appears to be addressed to you dated January 30th, 2020. If you look at the top, does that appear accurate?
yes.
And it's addressed to you and it's signed by the executive director of the Louisiana State Board of Practical Nurse Examiners. If you look at the second page, it's signed by the executive director. Does that also appear to be correct, Ms. Lynn Insardi?
I may have gotten them mixed up. Oh, yes, I see her name.
And in this order, it does reference an incident that occurred on January the 15th, 2020.
that,
in the second paragraph. Do you see that?
yeah, I see it.
And the allegations were that you left for 5 hours during an assigned shift, but I believe your testimony was that you were checking on a childhood friend. Is that correct?
I've never left the facility. The way it's set up is that the unit that I worked on is nothing but glass. And his truck was parked out there and he went to go sleep because, I mean, that's none of my business. But anyways, I went to go check on him, checking his respiration and stuff. He wasn't doing good. And he ended up stopping breathing. And I ended up having to call the cops. Everything was fine. All the patients was fine and everything. But I ended up trying to save a life being a nurse. Nobody was hurt, but I do realize where I should have been on the hall, and I guess just him take care of himself.
Do you agree today that your license has been suspended in Louisiana?
Yes.
And you stated that you worked this year in April and May. Where did you work at that time?
Family Healthcare Clinic in Meadville, Mississippi.
And what was your position?
And I think my last day was April 4th or 3rd.
And why did you leave the family healthcare clinic in Meadville?
Because of certain stuff like this, a lot of people know about the stuff that's been happening, and I was looking for another job, and I just so happened to check my license status, and it was suspended when I went to look for another job.
If you would look with me at the order suspending your license, that's under B5. It's the second page. It'll be the second page of B5. You see the date of that order?
Yes, this was never received at my residence because I do not live in Brandon.
Well, if you will look at the top of the order suspending your license, where does it indicate that you live? What is your address on this order suspending your license?
That is correct email, all of that, but someone up here, I don't know their name, and they had me as a Brandon address and apologized. A PO box Brandon address.
Just so I'm clear, you just testified that on April the 3rd, you stopped working at the family healthcare clinic in Meadville, correct? Yes. This order wasn't dated until May the 4th of this year. So this order wasn't dated until almost a month after you stopped working in Meadville. When did you stop working in Meadville?
I stopped working in Meadville at the beginning of April. I went to go find another job and I checked my license and saw it was suspended. I would have never known had I not go on the Mississippi licensure.
But you'd already left your job in Meadville before you checked your license.
Had nothing to do with I left the job for other reasons. It had nothing to do with the license status.
Okay, so if you testified earlier that you left that job because your license was suspended by Mississippi, that was incorrect.
No, I left the job because of other reasons and because of all of this. I've been reported to some kind of national database to where I couldn't hardly get a job. Yet they let me work through the whole pandemic safely, and I made it just fine. I made a mistake one time. Yeah,
You testified you cared for 36 patients, is that
36.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you also testified that you periodically over a 5-hour shift or a 12-hour shift over the period of 5 hours, left those patients and went outside the facility. Is that correct?
Yes, right outside the door while everyone was sleeping.
To care for someone that you weren't employed to care for. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Any questions from the board panel for Ms. Toler?
Ms. Toler, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Several questions.
Okay.
Um, Was there other nursing staff that were aware that you had left your assignment?
Oh, the whole nursing staff sleeps at that facility. So yes, I mean, I would tell them when I left.
So clarify. You're telling me that an entire nursing staff where you were employed was falling asleep and you chose not to report any of this to anyone?
No, I'm just, not all of them. I'm just saying that anytime anything happened, it was brought up to them. All of that happened that night was brought up. I notified the DON, everything.
So based on what you're telling me right now, nursing judgment. is
Yes, ma'am.
based on nursing school stuff, right?
Mm,
Were you not taught that should something be wrong, you should report it?
As far as them sleeping,
If it's a fellow nurse, yes, self-reporting or reporting on others.
I mean, I guess I just did my job there. They was on different total halls. I didn't pay attention to them. It was the worst facility I've ever worked at, so I'm glad to be out of there.
So with that being said, you're admitting to us, you left 36 patients without supervision,
They had supervision.
but you've just told me that they were all sleeping.
They had two CNAs. The CNAs knew exactly what was going on and was checking on them routinely, and I checked on them routinely myself. I was not off the shift for 5 consecutive hours.
So are you responding with that answer to tell me that 2 CNAs can act as a nurse?
No, but they would have came and got me if it was anything wrong.
Next question I have for you is, why have you not been employed? Have you attempted to become employed since May?
I don't know what else to do other than be a nurse, honestly. I live in Liberty, Mississippi. This isn't Jackson. I can't find a job. And I get no government assistance. I get no child support. I've lost my house. I've lost everything.
I have no more questions.
Any further questions from the panel? Go ahead.
You go ahead.
Two questions. One would be, did your friend that was asleep in the truck also work at the facility?
Yes.
And it's your statement, even after losing your license in Louisiana, that you did not leave the unit for 5 hours, even though this video surveillance is confirming that.
5 hours, but not 5 consecutive.
And you had the keys with you each time that you were gone from the facility, regardless if you were in the parking lot or at the Walmart store. You had the keys with you, correct?
Either me or him, we was working the same hall.
So you and the other nurse on that hall were out of the building for 5 hours. So there were 36 residents left unattended during this 5-hour period. Therefore, if any one of them went into crisis, there could not be any form of emergency care given, correct?
I would have been there within 2 minutes.
You and I both know as nurses what all can happen in 2 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
I have no more questions.
I just wanted to kind of clarify the timeline a little bit better. So you were at work from a 6 PM to 6 AM shift? Is that correct?
Yes.
At what point in that time did you go take care of your friend in the parking lot?
It was after, it's been a long time, but it was after Med Pass, and he started telling me about how bad he was feeling and all that stuff. So I wouldn't know the exact time, but it was after midnight.
Okay, so your friend was in the car for this consecutive 5 hours. Is that correct? said that during that 5 hours are you saying you were going back and forth?
I was going back and forth to check on him, checking his respirations. He was starting to like bead with sweat and stuff. He told me he just started cholesterol, high blood pressure meds, all this stuff. I was trying to care for him. I realized that I did the wrong thing. I really do. I'm not taking lightly of the situation, but I mean, I cared for him.
Was the supervisor or anyone notified about, because you said your friend was employed also?
Mhm.
So, did he clock out? Was the supervisor notified or anything that his condition was?
I clocked out. I notified the DON. On his part, he was transferred to the hospital. So
But was that after the 5 hour period that they're talking about, or like, when did you clock out?
I clocked out as soon as, I mean, it was probably 5 o'clock or so. So it probably happened between 12 and 5 a.m.
Okay.
All this.
So you notified the DON after this kind of 5 hour chunk of time?
Yeah, because it didn't start off that bad. And when I went out there and realized that he was barely breathing, that's whenever I got all the nurses help me, was checking his blood sugar, blood pressure, everything's out the roof. I mean, he ended up being fine, but I didn't call her right then, but I called her about 7 o'clock after everything had settled down.
Okay. Since he was also working, did you take his patients on, or who had taken his patients for him since he
No, he was in training.
didn't have a responsibility of patients? He didn't have an assigned group of patients that he was solely responsible for?
No, ma'am. Guess not.
Was he training with you? Or?
Yes.
And as far as when they said taking the medication keys, I realize that's probably a policy thing, but was there at any point in time that the medication keys were not on you, or they were left somewhere?
No, no, ma'am. They would have been either on me or on him, because it was this few days in training and I was letting him pass out meds and taking turns and stuff, but it was different intervals.
And did anybody ever do like a medication count on the cart, or was there any discrepancy with any medications or anything like that?
No, ma'am, no discrepancy.
And was your friend also let go from the facility?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Ms. Toler, I was looking over your orders because Louisiana order, I see one in here, right? So my question is, you were telling us they sent you more than one order?
They started off sending me the whole complaint, and then I received 2 more letters. One of them wanting me to give them $1,000 and give my Louisiana license up. The next one wanting me to give them $500 and take these online CEUs to keep my license.
Okay, and to follow up on that, do you feel like when Louisiana gave you these orders, do you think these orders were fair to you for the situation you found yourself in?
The first one, I don't think that paying $1,000 and then giving up my license, I mean, that's a lot of money just to give my license up. But I didn't have the money to pay for the 500 in the CEUs. I've been struggling since the pandemic.
I don't know.
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-ups, council?
I have one question. When you said that your friend's vitals were in distress and all the nurses helped me, does that mean that you then got nurses from the facility that went out to help you with your friend in the parking lot?
Yeah, I asked them what they think I should do. And one of them went out there and was helping me take his vitals and stuff, and he was unresponsive. So that's when we decided to call the ambulance for him.
That's all I have.
Ms. Toler, you have anything further you'd like to share with the board panel?
No, sir.
Council, we can begin with your closing.
Thank you.
Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1D provides that the board has the power to suspend or revoke the license of a nurse where the nurse voluntarily surrenders her license in another jurisdiction or where she has been placed under disciplinary order in another jurisdiction. Section D further provides that a certified copy of the order of suspension, revocation, probation, or disciplinary action shall be prima facie evidence of such action. In other words, unless proven otherwise, this board must accept the order of suspension as being correct on its face. The order of suspension has been made a part of today's record and it's marked Exhibit B and constitutes prima facie evidence that the disciplinary action that has been taken against Mr. Toler in another jurisdiction resulted in the suspension of her license in that jurisdiction. Pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-2, when the board finds any person unqualified because of the grounds set forth in subsection 1 that we just discussed, for engaging in unprofessional conduct, it may enter an order imposing one or the more of the following penalties. It may deny the license, administer a reprimand, suspend the license, revoke the license, require the disciplinee to submit to additional care, counseling, or treatment, require the disciplinee to participate in a program of education, require the disciplinee to practice under the supervision of a registered nurse for a specific period of time, or impose the fine not to exceed $500. Based upon the record and the testimony today, I respectfully request that the board panel impose one or more of the penalties set forth in 75-15-29-2.
Thank you. If you have a closing, Ms. Toler, you can make it at this time.
I'm just sorry that it went down that way, and I know that I made a mistake, but I do consider myself a good nurse and I really care about all my patients, and I really would like to continue to have my license no matter what stipulations that means.
All right, thank you. Ms. Toler, what is your current mailing address?
6151 Whittington Road, Liberty, Mississippi, 39645.
Is this a house or apartment?
Well, it's just a mailbox right now because I lost my house.
All right, thank you. At this time, I entertain a motion for the board panel to go into closed determination regarding whether executive session is necessary in this matter. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Entertain a motion for the board panel to exit to executive session for deliberation on this matter.
Make a move.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The board will now exit to executive session. All right, thank you everyone for your patience. We are back on the record. We'll entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
Make a motion.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number P 329967, the board panel renders the following: suspension stayed with non-drug related stipulations to include a $500 fine, courses to include legal and ethical, decision-making, delegation, present and future employer notification. Respondent shall be responsible for having completed these stipulations within 12 months. There will be indirect supervision. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee at the address on file within 30 to 45 days. Are there any questions? Hearing none, that concludes this matter. You may be excused.
Thank you.
You'll get it in 30 to 45 days. That will tell you everything that you have to do. I don't want children. They said this is stayed. That means that you can, if you want to just ask for clarification, they will clarify for you.
As far as the suspension, I don't know about.
We're looking at that being for a period of 12 months. It'll all be laid out in the order. But essentially what we're doing is allowing you an opportunity to get some education. Assuming you meet all of those qualifications, then you'll be eligible to petition the board for those conditions to be lifted. You'll be able to practice assuming that everything is okay according to the board. Assuming everything is approved.
6 months.
Education.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to get all of your education stuff completed first.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. I think that's the position for it. At the next matter before the board panels regarding license number R 888522, Amanda Diffie, the licensee present.
Yes, Your Honor.
As with the other matters, we will begin with opening statements. We'll allow each party to present their argument. We'll have an opportunity for questioning of witnesses. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, we'll allow for closing statements. The board panel will then make findings of fact and conclusions of law and render its decision, a copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of the conclusion of this hearing. I remind everyone that these hearings are open to the public. There is a quorum. At this time, I'll ask that the witnesses be sworn in. All right, thank you. Ms. Diffie, you're not represented by counsel, is that correct?
No, sir.
Move closer to the mic, please. Thanks.
Sir, I kind of just found out like 9 days ago, so
Well, you do realize you have the ability to have an attorney present with you.
yes, sir.
Okay. Is it your testimony that you want to proceed without an attorney?
Yeah.
Okay. You understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
Need to speak into the mic, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued on your behalf by the board,
Yes, sir.
and you are ready to proceed with this hearing.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Any preliminary matters, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce into evidence exhibits B1 through B10. I believe Ms. Diffie had some exhibits too that have been put to the board as well.
Have you had an opportunity to review those, Ms. Diffie? Do you have any objection to them being admitted?
No, sir.
They are admitted. We will begin with opening statements. Counsel, you may begin.
Your Honor. We're here today for a hearing before the board panel on the suspension and possible revocation of the nursing license of Amanda Diffie in Mississippi. On June 10th, 2011, Ms. Diffie received a multi-state license and has been a registered nurse since that time. On or about March 11th, 2018 through July 11th, 2018, Ms. Diffie was employed by ProLink Staffing and worked on an assignment as a registered nurse at Select Specialty in Nashville, Tennessee. On or about March 11th through July 11th, 2018, Ms. Diffie diverted narcotics, and on July 11th, 2018, Ms. Diffie was terminated both from her assignment at Select Specialty Hospital and from ProLink Staffing after testing positive for amphetamines during a urine drug screen. On November 18th, 2020, the Tennessee Board of Nursing found Ms. Diffie in violation of Tennessee Code annotated 637101 and the official compilation rules and regulations of the state of Tennessee for the Board of Nursing, specifically Rule 100101. For unprofessional conduct and for testing positive on an employer-ordered drug test. The Tennessee Board of Nursing subsequently revoked Ms. Diffie's license. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1D states that for a registered nurse who has had her license or privilege to practice as a registered nurse revoked or suspended in any jurisdiction, the board shall have the power to revoke or suspend her license. Specifically, subsection D states that a certified copy of the revocation or disciplinary action shall be a prima facie evidence of such conviction. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to revoke or suspend the license of Ms. Diffie to practice as an RN in the state.
All right, thank you. Ms. Diffie, if you have an opening statement, you can make it at this time. If you don't, that's fine.
I'm pass.
All right, thank you. Counsel, you may begin.
Let's call Sharice Redmond. Will you please state your name, county of residence, and current place of employment?
Sharice Redmond, Madison County, and I work here at the Mississippi Board of Nursing,
And how long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
4 years.
And during that time, have you participated in any investigations resulting in the summary suspension or revocation of the license?
Yes,
And is it part of your duties with the board to investigate the complaints received related to the individual's license by the board to practice nursing in the state?
yes.
If you would please turn to what has been marked as Exhibit B2 and ID that document, please.
Licensure documentation for Amanda Michelle Diffie.
And when was Ms. Diffie first licensed in Mississippi?
6/10 of 2011,
And what type of registration has she held since then?
an RN.
We'll go to B3.
B3 is this important nursing licensure verification.
And what does this document show us?
It shows that the license status is inactive for the respondent Amanda Michelle Diffie.
You go to B5, please. And ID that document for me, what those documents are.
B5 is the complaint that's issued to Amanda Diffie, and the address reads 2523 Scion Drive, Memphis, Tennessee, 38111.
And what does a complaint list in that first paragraph as the basis for the charges against Ms. Diffie today?
It's notice of charges. Okay, for voluntary surrender such as license privilege to practice in the jurisdiction placed upon Ms. Diffie's license. And it's instructing her to be here today, Wednesday, Wednesday, July 20th, 2022 at 8:30 a.m.
What was her charge against her today?
Suspended or revoked in this jurisdiction, has voluntarily surrendered a license or privilege to practice in this jurisdiction and has placed upon probation as a registered nurse licensed to practice in this jurisdiction and has been placed under a disciplinary order in any manner as a registered nurse or licensed practical nurse in this jurisdiction.
And would you please tell us what additional facts are listed in that second paragraph that relate to Ms. Diffie's actions in the complaint?
On March 11, 2018 through June 11, 2018, Ms. Diffie diverted narcotics while employed as a registered nurse by ProLink Staffing and as assigned as select specialty in Nashville, Tennessee.
And after receiving information related to this event, did your division investigate any of the allegations?
Yes, the documents obtained were reviewed.
And what did the investigation determine?
It determined that the Tennessee Board of Nursing found sufficient evidence through the allegation of diversion and positive drug screening results for amphetamines.
If you would go to B9 and identify that document for me, please.
That is B9. That's the final order, board order from the Tennessee Board of Nursing addressed to Amanda Robinson.
For Amanda Lee, what's the license number?
The license number is 888-522, which is the license number also for Amanda Diffie.
So in exhibit B9, under the findings of facts, on that second page, we read numbers 2, 3, and 4, please.
On the facts on or about March 11, 2018 through on or about July 11, 2018, while employed by ProLink Staffing and working as a registered nurse at Select Specialty Hospital in Nashville, Tennessee, on a multi-state privilege afforded by the respondent by a Mississippi nursing license, respondent diverted narcotics. The diverted narcotics included at least the following: hydrocodone, oxycodone, gabapentin, diazepam, hydromorphone, pregabalin, and tramadol. On number 3, on or about July 11, 2018, respondent submitted to a urine drug screen, which was positive for amphetamines. Respondent did not have a valid prescription for the amphetamines.
Where's number 4?
Number 4, the respondent's employment was terminated on or about July 11, 2018.
Please go to B7 and identify that document for me, please, as well.
B7 is that's the drug screen results for
Who's named on that?
Amanda Michelle Diffie.
And what were the results of that test?
That was positive for amphetamine.
Go back to B9 under conclusions of law on the bottom of the second page. Did the Tennessee Board of Nursing find the facts were sufficient to establish that Ms. Diffie had violated the code and also the administrative of the rules regulations.
Yes, that's correct.
On page 4, exhibit 9. Will you read number 9, please?
Respondents' privilege to practice in Tennessee is revoked beginning on effective date of order.
And what date's that order?
That date is 11/18/2020.
And so what did the complaint in B5 state that Ms. Diffie was being charged with today?
This was a violation of Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29 1D. License or privilege to practice has, registered nurse has been revoked in another jurisdiction.
I have no question, John.
All right, any questions from the board panel for this witness? Ms. Diffie, do you have any questions for this witness?
Just questions? No.
All right. What do you have next, counsel?
Ms. Diffie, can you state your name, current place of employment, and where you live?
It's Amanda Robinson Phillips. It was formerly Diffie. I was recently married. I work at Amerigo's Italian Restaurant in Memphis, Tennessee. And I now live at 5264 Helene Road in Memphis, Tennessee.
How long have you worked at Amerigo's?
I worked there about almost 2.5 years.
And where'd you work before then?
I did not work. Well, ProLink.
Really? What's your educational background?
I completed high school and then my nursing degree at Northeast in Boonville,
And what year did you graduate at Boonville?
2011.
Is that when you were first licensed as an RN?
It was.
And where have you worked throughout your career?
I've worked in the cardiac cath lab at St. Francis, and I've worked in the ER and the surgical suites at Methodist, both in Memphis. And then I've done the ProLink staffing. That was the one travel assignment to Nashville. And I briefly worked for a stint for one of the surgeons during my surgical nursing. I think that's it.
Prior to allegations made against you today, have you had any other disciplinary actions before the board?
I have not.
Are you currently on any type of treatment program or any?
Yeah, so during this phase of my life with the ProLink staffing, very personally hard time with a second divorce, and obviously at best I was not practicing carefully and with focus. Post that, I did not practice nursing and had an even rougher stint of instability. And since then, 2.5 years ago, I was in treatment and I completed treatment and I've just done a lot of lifestyle changes in conjunction with sobriety that has brought me just to a different point.
So you haven't practiced nursing in 2.5 years? Is that
Correct.
correct?
No, 4 years.
4 years?
Yeah, 18, yes, sir.
Do you have any other type of drug problems, or is there any other drugs that you're taking? Are you currently taking anything now?
I don't take any medications, prescribed or other.
Are you still, you said you were on a treatment program? Are you
I
still
have
doing that?
a general lifestyle that includes sobriety, which is like meetings for me. I work with my sponsor, which I've included a letter for. I'm like on the board of the HA area for Memphis and Mississippi. So
Do you have a history of any drug or alcohol abuse?
well, it was in treatment, so I would say that's a documented history. Or
When did about that start?
I went to treatment March 16th of 2020, and I left or graduated from that program in June of 2020.
So what did you start with? What was your drug of choice?
Oh, so I was an alcoholic and had like opiate use.
When did that start about?
I was using opiates for about a year before that.
So before 2020, you said?
Yes, sir. So probably like 2019, post my divorce.
Have you ever been arrested? Or do you have any criminal history?
I do. Yeah, I've had a DUI.
And when was that?
October of 2019.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions from the board panel for Ms. Diffie? I proceed.
Hi, I'm Laura. I'm APR on the board. Okay, so I'm just trying to kind of put a timeline. So since your drug use started in 2019,
Yes, ma'am.
so in 2018, when all this occurred with the diversion, what was that about?
Yeah, I find myself very curious about that as well, though I don't find it easy to recall work days from 4.5 years ago now. At one incident that was involved, like the oxycodone, the nurse that was on prior to me was actively wearing different scrubs because she had to change because the peg tube was jammed. She obviously did not waste. I pulled 2 minutes later. So some of these things, like I kind of previously stated, like were at best without focus and caution. Some of these things, true errors, not being in, that was my only travel assignment. I clearly did not practice like after that, just because it was just too stressful, in addition to a lot of personal stress with like my second divorce and things of that nature. I wasn't aware that Tennessee had filed this. I didn't find out until I renewed my Mississippi nursing license and was made aware of that. So I was not at that case, nor in the time frame to even try to follow up on that case until Mississippi was kind of involved.
Okay. So none of these drugs that was stated that you diverted was intentionally diverted?
Right. Not that I can I didn't have these medications. I didn't have these things. I wasn't positive for any of these medications. I noticed that I had no prescriptions found, though I did have a Vyvanse prescription in like that 2017, 2018 era. So I don't know.
Okay. So you did not, are you saying it was more of a charting error?
That's how I feel. Yes, ma'am. Because I didn't have these.
In that period that you worked, you did not intentionally take medication from the hospital or from patients?
No, ma'am.
Were you using any kind of drugs, even outside of these listed, while you were at work?
No, ma'am. I mean, I drank alcohol during that time frame of my life, but
Nothing while you were.
correct.
And you were tested positive for amphetamine. You said you did have a prescription for
I
5
did.
grams?
Yeah. So I didn't. Unfortunately, I probably didn't take it as prescribed. So it may have been from that year. I kind of would take it while working or while needing focus, which I now know is not
That
best
was
practice for that.
considered expired.
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
So were you able to argue that with your place of employment? Because it said they terminated you because of the positive drug test.
Yes, and they went through ProLink, and ProLink just told me that, I wouldn't have assignments with them. After they sent me for the drug screen, they never contacted me again. The hospital itself.
Did you attempt to argue that you had an active prescription?
I didn't know the results, except for when ProLink told me that the results were positive and they would, be sent to me.
Okay. And so at that point, when you were terminated from them, you did not work as a nurse?
Correct. Yeah. I just kind of realized
That was your choice?
yes, ma'am. Yeah. I just realized that it just was not a good fit for, my life was not in conjunction for having a job that required that much from me.
Okay. So at that point, when you quit working as a nurse, is that when where did you work after that?
I didn't.
You didn't. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you started using opiates and alcohol the following year?
As an unfortunate, negative coping mechanism for stuff. Yes, ma'am.
And then you went into treatment.
Did in March 2020.
And what kind of treatment were you in?
It was CAPS Intervention Center. It's in Memphis, Tennessee. It's like
Is that an inpatient?
it is, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what would you say your sobriety date is?
March 16th of 2020.
Okay. And have you used any narcotics, alcohol, any type of drugs?
Not a single mind altering substance and not even prescription drugs.
Okay. And you've been employed by Amerigo Restaurant
Since I got out, I started as a server and I've recently gone into management in the past 3 months.
Okay. So are you here today because you want to start working as a nurse again?
I have advanced very well in my current career, but my passion for nursing has just been a lingering desire. And it's something that I always wanted to pursue given the opportunity. So when I found out about all the things that were going on with my license, I decided to like have some focus on that. And yes, I would love for it to be an option to go back into nursing, given the opportunity.
When did you discover that there was this one on your license?
When I renewed my license in December of last year.
Okay, and so did you renew just because you knew it was gonna be expiring, or did you renew because you decided you wanted to start working again?
Well, I thought I wanted to keep it like active. Though I wasn't using it, I didn't want it to expire because I did think I would want to practice again. And then that's when I found out about all the events.
Okay,
I think I was a little late. I had to pay a late fee, but I did want to do it in a timely manner.
okay. How do you feel that you would do if you were, I guess, around narcotics or any other substance like that at work?
Well, I think I've been a bartended as well as a merry-go, and though it's a gap of a comparison, I was able to do that without drinking alcohol. And I feel like I've been able to kind of like focus that in for other opportunities. I think I'm very strong in my lifestyle now. I think I've had a lot of growth, and I honestly think that I would be a asset to nursing, again, given my focus and new way of life.
You said you still attend meetings.
I do.
How many meetings a week are you going to?
I usually go at least Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We have a Tuesday meeting that I hold a chair position for, so sometimes Tuesdays.
And you have a sponsor, you said? Okay. And you feel like you have adequate support in your life or your lifestyle?
I do,
Maintaining
yeah.
sobriety?
Pretty much everybody I hang out with has the same habits as me.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anything further from the panel?
Just a couple of clarification. So you had an issue in Tennessee in 2020.
Correct.
Okay, and you said your sobriety date is March 16, 2020.
I think the incident for Tennessee is 2018.
Okay,
The
but
order was
the order,
2020.
thank you.
Correct.
Okay, you're absolutely correct. Thank you. So, and then you tried to renew your license in Mississippi. It was January of 2021, which was a month late. 'Cause
Right.
it's even numbered years, right?
Yes,
So we're
ma'am.
coming up on 2 years that you were trying, okay. I'm just trying to get the timeline straight too. So,
I recall,
go ahead.
I recall when I did renew my license and found out that this was in November of 2020, and I had been sober since. I was pretty upset because I thought maybe I could have, but also was very newly in my sobriety. So this obviously has given me, yeah, this has given me quite some different time frame and growth as well. So
So can you talk a little bit about that? You said growth and you're surrounded by people that have, I assume, several similar struggles. I think you alluded to the fact that you're newly married. Okay. So what kind of growth? I'm not sure what that means exactly.
I would say 4 years ago was just a very just unstable decisions. I had got pregnant, married the father of the child. That was a very negative situation that was on my life. I got out of that situation or, with separation and divorce. And I think it just led me down. I mean, I bounced jobs. I didn't really understand the idea of having like a work family or having like positive strides in a career. I didn't rely on my own family very much. I kind of try to do things on my own and without help and without like things like therapy or sharing or really close friends. I mean, pretty much everything was wildly independent and it was wildly negative. So since my sobriety date, of course, it does not start as easy, but with the years that I've done that and therapy and counsel and working with like other women in recovery and evolving myself with things like being on the board for an addiction, counsel that's growing in our area and helping start meetings. I think it's just made me have a really better foundation of being like a mature adult. It's given me just like a new lease on what really like humanity is about. And it just really has made me a completely different person, honestly, from even somebody who wasn't using drugs and alcohol dependently in 2018, that did turn into that, just knowing how the opportunities there to not do that at all. So
So you're living in Memphis.
I am.
So have you talked with the Tennessee board?
I have not. I've also questioned that, with being, since I was in Mississippi, but now being wed, I live in Memphis. I didn't know how that worked, honestly. I assumed that I needed to see you guys and get it cleared, and then pending the, results, speak with Tennessee.
Okay.
I don't have answers on this.
Okay. I'm just curious what your plan is, because you said you didn't know that your license had been revoked or suspended in Tennessee.
Right. So the initial order was sent to my ex-husband's address, and at the time that he was sent, we had not spoken in 3+ years. So though it was signed for, there was no intention of ever actually informing me of this, So I don't actually have a good answer on that. I guess I'd have to do some research or ask for guidance on, since I now live in Tennessee, does that get switched over from Mississippi and things like that?
Because that came here because it had been revoked in Tennessee. Okay. So you do have to go back to Tennessee at some point regardless.
Okay.
I mean, it's my assumption. I mean, I'm not,
Right.
I don't know Tennessee law, but, so I guess I'm just curious too, it's been a couple of years, if you're doing well in what you're doing, how long do you think is a reasonable amount of time for you to need to be safe to practice with patients?
I feel with, I'm really, really willing. I have like a willingness. The reason I found out about the hearing was because I'd sent in drug screens because I had received that from the assistant, and she said, "Oh, you have a hearing on the 4th." I was like, "Okay, I'll be there for that." So I'm pretty willing to follow any order that they, like you guys as a team, obviously see fit to, ensure for myself and for the oath that we all take that it seems safe. I feel ready. I mean, I feel like my desire is ready and my human is feeling very ready, but also willing to follow however long is needed for comfortability.
So how long do you anticipate that you'll have a problem with drugs and alcohol?
I've made a commitment at this point just to not have any mind altering substances. I do not have a plan to resume drinking alcohol.
So are there any areas that you prefer to work?
Psych
Okay.
was my favorite. I liked the psych unit. I've worked in an abundance of areas and I really do like them all. But I think I have a true passion for like the psych and rehab side of things. And that's probably where I would like to pursue, given the opportunity.
Thank you.
You see.
Anything further from the panel?
Oh, I have one more thing. So your DUI in 2019,
Mhm.
what was the outcome of that?
I've completed and paid all fines, completed all courses, and have no restrictions on my driver's license at this point.
Not in Mississippi or Tennessee? Did you report that to the board when that happened?
No, ma'am. I was not in that season of life. Had no association really with my nursing license, so I did not.
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-up, counsel?
There you go.
Ms. Diffie, do you have anything further you'd like to share with the panel regarding this matter?
Yes, sir.
All right. Council will hear your closing at this time.
Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1D provides that the board has the power to suspend or revoke the license of a registered nurse if the license or privilege to practice as a registered nurse has been suspended or revoked in any jurisdiction or has been placed under a disciplinary order in any manner as a registered nurse in any jurisdiction. Ms. Diffie's Phillips license to practice as a registered nurse in the state of Tennessee was revoked on November 18th, 2020 by the Tennessee Board of Nursing. The Accordingly, we would respectfully request this board panel consider all available options within the board's power in regards to Mississippi's license to practice nursing in the state of Mississippi.
All right, thank you. Ms. Diffie, if you'd like to make a closing statement, you can at this time.
Thank you guys just for your time and the questions.
So what is your current mailing address?
5264 Helene, Helene Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38117.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, I will entertain a motion for the board to go into closed determination regarding whether executive sessions needed in this matter. It has been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Now entertain a motion for the board to exit to executive session for deliberation on license number R 888522. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The board will now exit to executive session for deliberation on this matter and will return with its decision. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are back on the record. I entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
I move that we return to regular session.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number R 888522, the board panel renders the following. License suspension stayed with the following stipulations. 60 months probation, evaluation for chemical dependency, $500 fine, indirect supervision, AANA attendance and calendars, quarterly reports. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of the conclusion of this hearing. Are there any questions? There. Hearing none, you may be excused.
I just wanted to tell you, Ms. Phillips, thank you for coming. Yes. And we really wish the best for you. All of these things are put in place to help you in your recovery, but and also to protect the patient. So
This is like I'm sorry, can I still ask a question?
Sure.
This is like the packet that I received, like that has all these things in it then? Yes, okay.
we'll come with all that information. And if you have any questions, you just call and we can answer.
All right, thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
All right, the next matter before the board panel. License number R 866-201. Alicia Puckett. The licensee present.
She's not, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm there. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. We had asked that exhibits B1 through B9 be marked and entered into evidence today.
All right, they are admitted.
And just for purposes of time, if we will waive the opening statement, and just proceed to show and service the process.
May continue.
Please state your, and swear the witness in. The board calls investigator Floyd Wiley, please.
Yes,
Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment for the record.
Floyd Wiley, Rankin County, the Mississippi Board of Nursing,
How long have you worked for the board?
over 10 years.
And what positions have you held during that time?
Investigator and bailiff.
Is Ms. Puckett present today?
No, she is not.
And how do you know that she's not present?
I went to the front of the building, called her name 5 times with no response. Went to the back of the building, called her name 5 times with no response. I checked the respondent sign-in sheet. She has not signed in. I checked the visitor's log. She has not signed in. I checked the monitor to see if she is a participant on the Zoom, and she is not.
Has the board received any communication from Mrs. Puckett requesting that the matter be continued or given a reason for her absence today?
No,
Please turn with me to exhibit B5 and identify that document, please.
B5 is the complaint.
And what the complaint is on the second page, and it's the complaint against who?
Alicia Puckett,
And what is the date of the complaint? What is the charge listed against Ms. Puckett?
charges that the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated section 73-15-29, and that the respondent engages in conduct likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public.
Was the board able to serve Mrs. Puckett via certified mail?
No,
So what did the board do in order to perfect service of process on Ms. Puckett?
proof of service for Ms. Puckett.
Did it publish in a newspaper pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated 73-13-51-2?
Yes,
And what county was that? Was it Rankin?
yes,
And if you would you turn to what's been marked as exhibit B5 on the last page of that exhibit and identify that document, please?
it's proof of publication from the Rankin County News.
And again, was the allegation against Ms. Puckett today that she engaged in harm that was engaged in conduct that was likely to cause harm to the public, and that she bit the arm of an EMT that was responding to help her during a drug-induced state?
Yes,
Because Mrs. Puckett was properly noticed for today's hearing and explicitly failed to show, we rest on the file and request the board rule on the exhibits entered into evidence today. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Anything further on this matter?
No, Your Honor. We would call our next hearing.
Who's alternate? Which one are we doing?
Anna Kate Nelson. Please. Anna Kate Nelson. No.
All right, the next matter before the board panel is license number R 877-297. Anna Kate Nelson. And this is a restoration.
This is the kind of. Yes, no, it's fine. Yeah, we'll ask it. I mean, you can leave this in section. We'll address it, I'll ask you about it, and you can just tell them what you want them to know. Thank you. No, we're good.
All right, as with the other matters, we will begin with opening statements. We'll allow each party to present their case and allow for witnesses, if there be any, to be questioned. Once we've heard from each party, we will allow for closing statements. The board will then make findings of fact and conclusions of law and render its decision in this matter. I will note for the record, there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. At this time, I'll ask that any witnesses be sworn in.
I do.
Ms. Nelson, you're not represented by counsel today, is that correct? You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel?
Yes, sir.
And it is your testimony today that you want to move forward with this hearing.
Yes, sir.
You also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Make your computer.
At this time, we will be, any preliminary matters, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor, I would ask that exhibits B1 through B8 be admitted into evidence. Mrs. Nelson has asked a question about exhibit B7. She's willing to testify in relation to that. I'm not opposed to removing it from the file based upon her representation that she will answer any questions that the board panel has. Ms. Nelson.
I just didn't know that if it was related to this matter at hand. That was my concern.
The second page of B7 represents
Right.
References another case that was RRR'd previously, and that's what she is referencing when you look at B7.
So it's my understanding you are both in agreement to remove exhibit B7 from the exhibit list?
I would request that we be allowed to leave the first page of B7. I think the issue she has is with the second page of B7.
Correct.
But again, she is willing to testify about that incident that is referenced on the second page of B7.
Where it says prior cases for this license.
Okay, so to be clear, we're only keeping the first page of exhibit B7.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
all Right, so at this time, the exhibits will be accepted with the noted stipulation regarding exhibit B7, the first page will be the only page retained. Anything further, council?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we will begin with opening statements if you have them. Since this is a restoration, we'll begin with you, Ms. Nelson.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you, from the bottom of my heart for letting me, come before y'all. I know I probably put a headache in everybody here's head, but, this is my livelihood, and this is something that I worked hard to get, and losing it, it was just as unfair as I thought it was. I just prayed and decided to go forward and not look back, and that's my plan from here on out. And so I did exactly what I was instructed to do, even though I asked lots and lots of questions along the way as far as my restoration packet, and I got that submitted with my affidavits. And it's probably one of the hardest things I've ever done. But yes, I would like to move forward because I'm ready. I'm ready to go back to taking care of people. That's what God gave me the ability to do, and I want to be able to do it.
All right, thank you, council. You have an opening statement, you make.
Today, Ms. Nelson is asking this board panel to restore her license in the state to practice practical nursing. I'm sorry, to practice registered nursing. And the burden of proof is upon Mrs. Nelson to show any and all evidence as to why that restoration of her license or privilege should be restored. Mrs. Nelson was licensed in the state as an RN in June of 2017. On July 2021, a final order was issued against Ms. Nelson by this board, wherein the board panel found that she falsely documented delivering a patient's prescription for hydrocodone 2 milligrams to the patient's spouse on or about March 28, 2016. She's now seeking and has filed an application for restoration of her license. When considering her request for restoration, I would ask this board panel to carefully consider the following factors: severity of the action that resulted in the revocation of her license, her conduct prior to surrender of her license, her compliance with restoration requirements, whether she is in violation of any applicable statute, board order, or rule, to look at her rehabilitative efforts, to consider her competency to practice nursing. And lastly, I'd ask that you consider her ability to safely practice nursing. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I have a question. On my written order, it says 2015, not 17.
I apologize. I may have the date wrong.
You're referring to the board order?
Yes, sir.
Referencing the final order that you put in your application.
Like when the actual complaint was,
Okay, the original.
yes, from Southern Care Hospice.
I will say that in the final order you included within your packet, that order indicates that it occurred on 3/28/2016. Is it your representation today that that's an error in the order?
I just know that this particular incident happened on April the 8th, 2015, and I'm not sure whenever she made her complaint because I was never notified. So, but I'll get to that. I just know that it wasn't in 2017.
Okay, Ms. Nelson, you can proceed with your argument for why your nursing privileges should be restored.
First of all, I just want to give you like a brief rundown on actually what happened. I have been working
for 15 years as a registered nurse with no disciplines under my license. In 2014, 15, but like from 2014, 2015, I worked for Southern Care Hospice out of Tupelo. Fast forward till January of 2022, I received a call from my DON that my license was shown revoked online. And I was just like, no way, And so I too looked my license up and found the same findings. I had no idea. I didn't know where to go, where to start. So I sought out legal counsel. A guy from Ridgeland, very helpful, but very, very expensive, and I couldn't afford him. However, he was able to find out some information for me that I had I had no documentation, nothing, no letter was ever received by myself or my husband or signed by either. I checked with the newspaper, the banner locally, and they did not run the hearing in there. I never received a phone call, email, that I was supposed to be at a hearing, or else I would have very well been there. Especially in this matter that it was about. But when the attorney that I had spoke to gave me just some, I guess just some maybe legal advice you would just not pay just anybody, legal advice. He just kind of explained, because when I say that I didn't know anything about restorations or anything following nursing school, I have no idea. And when you look online, it's very difficult to find information. But I spoke with him, and he said that the green card, the receipt, return receipt the Board of Nursing received from the certified mail allegedly sent to me was signed by an employee of the U.S. Postal Service with the notation COVID beside the individual signature. I knew I never received any card or signed any card. I have a post office box, and I have a physical address. My post office does not like to put physical address stuff in my post office and vice versa, so they'll send it back. To my understanding, it was sent back a couple of times to the board, and I guess the last time that they sent it, the postal worker decided to handle it at that discretion and write their name and write out COVID. I have not personally seen this, but this is the legal counsel that I spoke with and actually spent about 3 weeks talking to. He was able to give me this information. No like specifics, just not the name that was on the card, just that it was signed. So I then contacted the Mississippi Board of Nursing via phone and email several times, and I was instructed then that I could reinstate my license as of July 2022, because that would have been a year from July 2021. Now, keep in mind, when I wasn't notified about this hearing, I didn't attend, like the original one in July 2021. And then when I called and spoke with the Board of Nursing to try to find out what the matter was about, I actually had to pay to view my own order. I didn't even receive the certified, at the end when y'all make your decision and you have the order signed, I didn't receive that as well. So I had no idea what was going on. When I was able to review the the board order, it's kind of Greek to me. But basically, when you're not here, it's pretty much you did it, or, you're not here to defend yourself, which I completely understand. Had I have known, I would have been here right in the first row. I know exactly what this was about. It hurts my feelings just to think about what the whole matter was, but I was instructed by my director of nursing. I worked per diem for hospice, and I was instructed by my director of nursing on a care plan day because I was per diem. So all the case managers met with the medical director. So that's when I got to actually work. And she explained that she needed me to take, and I don't know a definite number, but it's around about 45 written prescriptions, narcotic. And she wanted me to fill them individually and deliver them to patients from anywhere from Tishomingo County to Columbus. And this was in the afternoon at 3:00. We got off at 5 and I wasn't on call. One of the prescriptions, well, excuse me, let me back up. I told her I did not feel safe to do this. And also I didn't know that I could ever complete that task in 2 hours, especially with the drive time. But I really had never been, I had worked hospice for like 5-6 years prior, and nobody had ever asked me to go get X amount of prescriptions filled. I don't know that if it was like an ethics thing in me or just something internal, but I just didn't feel, I didn't feel right about it. And so I let her know that, and she didn't agree with me. And in fact, she said, if you can't do it, you will be terminated. And so after I spoke to her, I called corporate and explained the same thing. I even have my written resignation letter because I wanted to get away from that as possible because I didn't know what her intentions were, and I didn't want to end up here for something like that. Because that's just kind of asking to be here. And two, yes, we do provide, narcotics with hospice, but they have caregivers that are able to go pick those up, yada, yada, yada. I don't mind to go, I didn't mind at all, but that's a lot of prescriptions to be in my possession. And maybe it's just me. I just didn't really feel safe, especially having to go to every single pharmacy. And anyways, so that same day, one of the patients who was, he lived in Dennis. I live in Boonville. That's about maybe 20 minutes apart. His caregiver, RP, that was listed on the computer as his RP, which was his daughter, had called and asked about the prescription, and I met her at it was a gas station. I had my tablet. I did a PRN note. I stated RN delivered written prescription of, and whatever medicine that it was, like the hard script. I didn't get them filled. I gave her the hard script, and she signed her name, and that was all there was to it. In the meantime, what I wasn't told was during care plan, her dad, she was the RP of, had called and requested a visit, but nobody called to let me know that. they just told the patient, oh, Anna Kate will be there. She's coming to bring your medicine. She'll make a visit for you. They never told me. So I still did the PRN note, never knew anything about it. And come to find out, I know that we lock our notes. You can lock your notes on those iPads, but administration can unlock them. I don't know what was created. You know, I don't know all the specifics, but I do know that I was accused of false documenting, saying that I had made a visit to that patient and done a head to toe assessment when I did not. And the following day, I called corporate back, told her what was going on. I saw in the order where it said I was terminated, but that's not true. I resigned. And the director of nursing was also disciplined. To my knowledge, she was terminated. But the reason I say that is because I need you to know how this all stemmed about. Because it's not like I just didn't show up, because I would have. And anyway, so fast forward in January, and I've called the attorney in Ridgeland. He had me an appointment after we had discussed things for about 3 weeks, had me an appointment, and then instructed me to bring my $5,000 down payment up front, whatever. And I didn't have it. I couldn't even borrow it. With that being said, I'm a mother of 3. I've been married for 15 years. My income has been such a vital source in my family's well-being. We pay our taxes like we're supposed to. We're not wealthy, like, you know, but we're comfortable. And to see the disappointment in my 3 kids' face when I tell them, and they don't really understand, they think that their mom's done something wrong. And as bad as I wanted to explain to them, and that's neither here nor there, but it hurts your heart, because you want to be able to provide, and you don't know. I had no idea what was going to happen. I didn't know how this process worked. So, that was in January. As of the May before that was my last employer. They pulled my license on the website, showed active. It actually showed active until December, only because I pulled it up because my daughter was shopping, and you get a discount if you're a nurse. So anyways, I pulled it up, it showed active. And then, so when January came and she called me, I was just I didn't know what to say. Anyways, so from June or whenever the order was written until January, I worked with it under an inactive license, and this has been brought up to the board. And I had to make a statement, and it was closed, because I let y'all know everything in detail, about everything that went on, and y'all didn't give me any more suspension, and I'm very grateful for that, because I had no idea. I would have never worked under an inactive license. had I been notified of the hearing last year, I would have been fully prepared to address any action brought against me as a nurse. And I can honestly say that for the last 15, 16 years, I can tell you every decision I've ever made as a nurse and why I did it. I mean, I might not remember what I ate yesterday, but I can tell you, you know, I just, that's just something that's so important to me and that I give my all. And I enjoy doing it. And I would never make a decision just to make one. I mean, I fully put every bit of heart and knowledge behind every decision regarding the situation. I have always been very accountable for every decision, documentation, etc. that I have made. I did desperately try to appeal this order, but due to the failure of properly being notified, that was out of the question. I was told that I would have to wait and reinstate my license 1 year after the order was put into place. And that I did. I filled out the restoration form. I got my affidavits. I did my community service. I did my CEUs. And I probably worried the board a whole lot, but this is not something that I do. I don't know what it feels like to be on this side. Because caring for people is the greatest gift that God could ever give to me. And I love being able to provide for patients. I know it's exhausting. If you had asked me in November what I was going to be doing this year, I might have said anything but nursing just because of COVID, how stressful COVID was. But this whole experience, not only has it been a very emotional and hard and just I won't say horrible, but it's kind of been horrible just because you can't really find another job if you've only been in healthcare. And I interviewed with a lot of people. I couldn't find a job, and I had to make the choice whether or not I was going to fight for this, move forward, or if I was just going to let it get the best of me, and I guess be an emotional wreck for the rest of my life. So no, I have been working since March at a cleaners in Boonville. Because when I say that nobody will hire you without any experience, all I have is healthcare. And I was lucky enough to be able to get this job. No, it didn't match anything when I made, but I learned so much these past 9 months. I know that my family needs me. And even though some days I've been at work for 23 hours before because nobody would come in, I never left a patient. I've never abandoned a patient. I always came in on extra shifts. I always, worked holidays. I didn't mind to do anything about that because I enjoyed taking care of patients. At the end of the day, you don't wash your hands thinking about, oh gosh, what did I do wrong? Or, what am I going to have to do tomorrow? Or that's not how I see it. I wash my hands with pride and knowing that I made somebody either feel better or I made that caregiver in order to take care of their patient, specifically like hospice, they depend on you. And yes, they depend on the doctor, but you're the face they see. Your smile or your appearance when you walk in and greet that family or that patient, that can make or break it. And I have really, really struggled with this, but I have also benefited from it. As bad as I hate to admit it. I now know the value of $1. And I know that that money isn't everything and that my kids need me. And I also have learned that that life goes on and you learn from it and you pieces God God may make you or put you where you think you're at your lowest just so he can teach you something, but you got to get up and you got to keep going. And so that's what I did. And I had a little faith, about as little as a tiny mustard seed. And doors just started opening. And I really appreciate you allowing me to provide this lengthy statement. And I really hope that you would consider allowing me to go back into the field because I'm so ready. I never again will I ever think about, eye drops. Sometimes you give them every 2 hours. I'll never complain about that again. It's just little things like that I have really learned and benefited from this. But that's all I have, I think.
Any questions, council?
Yes, I know that you stated that you currently work at Boonville Cleaners. Where did you work before that?
From January to March, I didn't because I was not able to when they found out that my license were showing revoked from it's Nexion, the company Nexion. And but prior to January, I worked at Nexion, which was a nursing home or nursing and rehabilitation. I was a supervisor there, and I worked from May 2021 until whatever I got that call in January.
Is that the same location that you refer to in your application as Cornerstone Health and Rehab?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And prior to Cornerstone, where did you work?
At Longwood Community Living Center.
And prior to that, where did you work?
Tupelo Nursing and Rehab. And I also taught CNA classes. And I taught them up until April or May. I didn't sign off on anything, but I was able to go in and kind of help. Not only did it help them, but it helped me too, because I felt like.
And that's what you have listed on your application as med to college and career?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And are you still teaching those classes?
I mean, I'm still in the payroll, but I'm just as needed and they haven't called me.
Where did you get your degree, your nursing degree?
ICC at Awamba Community College.
In what year?
In 2007. I cheered.
And that's the year that you were first licensed in Mississippi as a nurse?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had any other licenses in any other states or jurisdictions?
No, but I thought I had a compact license, and when it showed on the license thing that y'all pull up, it says single state. So I didn't know.
Have you ever been licensed in another state other than Mississippi?
No, but it usually says multi-state under compact.
And you're here today for restoration of your license, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You would turn over to what's been marked as the final order. It's at the end of your, I guess it's after the last page of your application, before all the attached documentation.
Yes, and I'm sorry I did attach a lot, but that's how I kept my,
And this final order, would you agree? It has your name on it, correct?
hold on, let me get there. Is it before the affidavits?
Maybe at the end of your applications, the first page after you sign and have your application notarized.
Okay, yeah, I'm there. That's my name.
And you agree that it was executed on July the 30th, 2021, correct?
According to this, yes.
And you're saying, and I believe, just tell me about your testimony, if this is in line with what you testified to. You're saying that this event did not occur on March the 28th, 2016, but instead occurred on April the 8th, 2015?
That's when the actual, her calling me and asking me to take those prescriptions. She could have waited till June to, to make the complaint. I don't know because I wasn't notified. But it sounds better than 2017.
And it's your testimony today that you did not show at this hearing that's referenced in the final order because you did not receive notice of
Correct.
that.
Correct. I didn't receive that, or I didn't receive the final order.
So tell me what month it was when Cornerstone discovered that you had been working on a revoked license.
January 2022. I
So
believe it was the 14th, January 14th.
January of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
You first became aware that you had a license revoked.
Yes,
by the
ma'am.
State Board of Nursing.
Yes, ma'am.
You would turn over with me to what is marked as Exhibit B6, and it's the very beginning of your application packet.
Okay.
If you would look at Part B, and it's going to be on the second page. And it says, number 4, has any licensing authority suspended, revoked, or restricted your license or imposed any other disciplinary action? And you marked no. Why did you mark no?
Because I called here about this specific question and I was instructed to mark no. I
And
mean,
what
I
day
can
did
tell
you
you who I
submit?
talked to. Sorry.
That's okay. What day did you submit this application?
It was at the end of August. I mean, it was in August.
Okay, if you look on the last page of the application where you
That was
signed,
when I got it notarized, but it was,
you submitted around August of 2022.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
So you completed this after you learned that your license had been revoked, but you answered no on the application. Why did you answer no?
Because I called and I had a question about that. And the way I was instructed by the lady here was that
Do you know who
It-
you spoke to?
Mhm.
Who'd you speak to?
Natil Duncan,
Okay, go ahead.
she said that that on number 4, as any license authority suspended, revoked, or restricted your license or imposed any other disciplinary actions. She was saying that this was not counting this particular. It's, does that make sense? Like that,
It's your testimony that you were instructed by a board employee.
yes,
to
yes,
answer
ma'am.
No to that question.
Yes, ma'am. And I also asked for,
Let me stop you, please. Let her finish the question before you respond. It'll make it a whole lot easier for our court reporter. You may proceed.
Go ahead. It's just, we both can't talk at the same
Right,
time.
go ahead,
The
yeah.
court reporter has a hard time if we
I'm
talk. at
sorry.
each other.
so sorry.
Could you tell me about what happened on September 28th, 2020?
What was that referring to?
Let me ask this a different way. Do you have any criminal history?
I was arrested, because I would not perform sexual favors. And I was charged for possession of benzo. And I have Xanax as a prescription, but, because I was arrested because I didn't perform sexual favors, I was arrested. And the arresting officer is now in federal prison. And that was dropped or whatever they do.
Were you charged with possession of hydrocodone?
Xanax. And I take Klonopin, which is the same benzo.
So it's your testimony today that you were not charged with possession of hydrocodone, controlled substance Schedule 2
Correct.
on September 28th.
Correct. Correct.
Could I have a 5-minute recess?
Certainly.
Thank you. Mrs. Nelson, I believe you just testified that the drugs that were found on you on September the 28th, 2020 were not hydrocodone. Is that correct?
Correct. And that's what I was told by my attorney whom I contacted prior to this hearing because I needed to know what I needed to say. I was arrested, but I was not convicted because I had a prescription. And he said they're for benzo. Or there they are. But yes, I was told I was going to jail for disorderly conduct by the arresting officer.
That would be Dustin Rambo.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the one that's since been to prison.
He's in prison right now for the same acts on other.
Your testimony today that all of the information contained within this statement is false related to you possessing hydrocodone.
I mean, I don't know what they look at as far as when they go to court, like the attorneys, but when I went to court for this, I never saw any of this and it was dropped or whatever they do, everything that Dustin Rambo had ever written to anybody in Boonville, Mississippi was dropped because of him putting narcotics. I mean, I don't know the whole history. I just know that.
Mrs. Nelson, let me ask it a different way.
Okay.
What did you possess when you were arrested? What narcotics did you possess on September the 28th, 2020 when you were arrested?
My Adderall, my Klonopin.
And if you looked at your PNP, there is no prescription listed on there during this time frame for hydrocodone, correct?
Is that in here?
Yes, I'm sorry,
Oh,
it's
okay,
PA.
okay. I mean, it shouldn't be. I didn't have a prescription.
It's your testimony today that you did not have hydrocodone in your possession at the time of this arrest.
I did not. I mean, I can get whatever kind of paperwork I need to get from my attorney's office to show that.
Speak to counsel. Let's see what we have.
PNP. Yeah.
Does this affect why I'm here? I mean,
Um, Moving on from this slightly, Ms. Nelson, it's your position today that you were not convicted of these charges. Is that correct?
yes, that is correct.
So you have no criminal history.
No criminal history. Other than that,
Other than this, I'm sorry, do you have any other criminal history?
parking ticket or traffic ticket.
Have you ever been arrested for anything other than this incident that we just discussed in September of 2020?
Just by Justin Rambo.
And it's your understanding, who is your attorney that represents you in the criminal matter?
Stacy Lot. From Langston and Lot.
And it's your understanding that these charges have been dismissed.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know it's your testimony that Mr. Rambo is now in prison. And it's your testimony that these affidavits are all incorrect when they reference hydrocodone. Of hydrocodone.
Yeah, because there was none there. I don't,
What about the Loratab? Did you
that's
have
the same thing as that's the same thing as hydrocodone.
You didn't have Loratab in your possession either.
He cut his body cam off, but, so I'm not really sure what that. But
Your Honor, I'd ask that these documents be made exhibit 9 to the record. If there's no objection.
Okay, now you're referring to which documents?
The documents that reference the Boonville arrest from September 28th, 2020.
can I,
It's
Have you had a chance to take a look at those, Ms. Nelson?
I did. And I don't. I would not like them to be, because basically what we just took out of evidence is that at the very beginning that it didn't affect the outcome either way. And then that I could strike, like make a motion to strike it and remove it from evidence, and that's all we did. But then this is the same thing as that, so I don't really understand how that plays into effect with the matter at hand. But I'll be willing to get any information from my attorney if needs so.
Yes.
Because we're trying to determine the labels for them on here.
The labels for, I'm sorry.
This like be whatever. We're not seeing them, and so they're trying to pinpoint except
B7 was the complaint, and we took off the second page. So it's just the first page. It should look like this, and it just shows the complaint from Cornerstone that was received that indicated that Mrs. Nelson had been working without a license until they ran a license check.
And then the second page was the one that showed allegations, drug related offense. And that's this. So if this is being submitted, then there's no reason to take this out, but I don't see why any of it has to be submitted. Does that make sense? No?
And I will acknowledge for the record that Mrs. Nelson was not convicted of these charges. I'm asking this be introduced in response to her saying that she didn't have hydrocodone in her possession in September of 2020.
So you're saying she was arrested for it, but not charged with?
No, she was charged. It was just her testimony previously that she did not have hydrocodone in her possession on September 28, 2020, when she was arrested by Officer Rambo.
So
I'm seeking to introduce these only to show that the affidavits from Boonville Police Department do in fact list that she had hydrocodone in her possession at the time of her arrest.
so
But I do also acknowledge that Mr. Rambo, that officer that she referenced, has since been sent to federal prison. That is correct.
So it is your testimony, Ms. Nelson, that despite what these documents show, you were not convicted of this particular charge.
Convicted, no, sir.
Okay, do you have anything, or does your attorney have anything indicating that?
I would go on the record and say that she was not convicted of the charges either. On behalf of the board.
I have a message on my phone that shows, no charges were dropped. You are free to go. I don't know.
Because I guess my concern,
I just didn't know why we were elaborating on this, I guess.
my concern is if we admit them and she was arrested but not convicted, what are they demonstrating?
But from my standpoint, they demonstrate that she testified under oath that she did not have hydrocodone in her possession on September the 28th, 2020.
Under oath.
So Ms. Nelson,
was
did
it
you
under-
receive
sorry.
anything from the court saying that these charges had been dropped or dismissed?
I received confirmation from my attorney, but I was gonna ask under what oath? I was never asked about any kind of oath.
The oath today is you being sworn in and testifying.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought you meant. Because I didn't speak because my attorney was not present during this time. These employees that have the affidavits are employed anymore at this police department.
Do you think your attorney has anything indicating that the charges were dropped?
I mean, I'm sure, yeah.
Okay, well, this is what I propose to do. Miss, Foster, I will go ahead and admit these documents you indicated as Exhibit 9. With Ms. Nelson, I'm going to need you to provide to this board within by the end of the week, whatever documentation your attorney has indicating that these charges were dropped or dismissed. Provide that. That will go in the record as Exhibit 10.
And I will. I just don't see how that is the issue at hand when
Well, just
because I'm here because
do as I've requested and we can move on.
Is it my understanding, Your Honor, you're gonna hold the record open until the end of the day, Friday, for receipt of that, and we'll add it as Exhibit 10?
That is correct. Do you understand by the end of the day, we need to have that Friday, Ms. Nelson?
yes, sir.
Okay.
I could actually get it probably today. If that would be better.
Well, as soon as possible would be great. But like I said, by the end of the day, Friday, we need to have.
So what does that say, that I get him to fax it here? What happens next?
I'm sorry, say that again.
When you receive the forms, what happens next?
It'll become a part of the record as an exhibit, just like these other documents. It's basically what we have. You're saying that this is not true,
Mhm.
and we have that on the record. But if you have documentation supporting that, we need that as well.
Okay. And then what does that do as far as license restoration?
Okay, well, all of that can be considered when we get ready to prepare the order.
Your Honor, I have a question. Will this board panel reconvene? Should she get this information to the board during hearing week? If she can get it earlier than Friday, would they be able to reconvene and go into executive session to make a decision?
Absolutely.
Like on Thursday perhaps, so she could get it by Thursday?
I can get it today.
That way, if we could get it sooner and a decision could be reached with the board panel. I have no further questions.
Any further questions from the board panel?
Yeah, Laura. Okay, couple questions just to try to kind of build on this. The days that the documentation, false documentation occurred, March 28, 2016. Right, the date,
That's the date that
Yeah.
she made.
okay, that you were supposed to deliver the medicines.
Yes, ma'am.
So, one thing you had said is that, the patient in question, you met the spouse or the,
RP. The caregiver.
Okay.
She was listed as the responsible party, power of attorney. And met her at a meeting. Well, there's one gas station in between Dennis and Boonville, and we met there, and she signed, I documented what I gave her. Actually took a picture of it on my iPad, and she signed for it.
so you had the prescription filled. It
I
was a
gave her the
physical
written.
prescription. Okay. So it was who stated that it was given to the patient's spouse?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea. Probably the same person that told him I was coming to make a visit. I'm not sure. But I was never notified of any of that.
So when you said that you were able to lock your documentation on your iPad.
Mm.
So have you seen your documentation since all this happened?
No, I had to send in my stuff, my iPad and stuff,
Okay,
back to corporate.
and that was when you resigned?
On April the 8th.
Okay. Do you have any kind of documentation from your employer saying that you resigned versus being terminated?
Mm-mm.
Um,
All I saw was on the order where it said that I was terminated by Southern Care.
but as far as you know, you resigned.
Yes, I did. I resigned.
As far as the RP, I mean, when all this happened, did you reach out to the patient to back up, I guess, documentation for you to have an argument?
No, because I was never notified to go see them.
You just resigned because of,
The whole ethics thing,
it wasn't.
and I felt like I was being harassed. And when I asked or questioned my DON, it was not to be questioned. I just didn't, it was poorly ran anyways. I wasn't getting any hours, so really it was just like I wanted to do something else. And that's actually the last time I worked at hospice.
When you were instructed to deliver the prescriptions, I just want to make sure these were just the physical prescriptions, not a filled prescription.
But she wanted me to go fill them.
Okay, so, but you did not. You delivered all of the prescription bottles.
I didn't deliver any but that one. And then
Deliver any of the other prescriptions.
was late in the afternoon, and the on-call people take on call at 4:30. And so I told her that I would work until on call took over. And then she came to my house the next day and got the prescriptions.
You ever been terminated from a previous job as a nurse? Have you ever had any other disciplinary action taken against you? And as far as with your previous DON, you said that she was disciplined or terminated?
Yes, I know that she was disciplined. I know she doesn't currently work there anymore. But I had no means to reach out to her or anything after the fact. But when I spoke with corporate, their words were that they would, take care of this. And so then when all this came about and I figured out who made the complaint, I kind of figured it was, about that.
Since you figured all this out with the board, have you reached back out to your previous employer for any kind of documentation about your resignation versus termination?
I guess because I thought I was just here to, I guess from now on.
I was just curious if you had any,
No, you're good. You're fine.
that's all I have.
Before we proceed with more questions, I think everyone's been brought copies of report abstracts that have been obtained that shows that Mrs. Nelson's charges were retired to the file. Her charge for possession of controlled substance, charge of disorderly conduct, and the charge relating to possession of marijuana. But it shows that they were retired to the file.
Did you see marijuana? I just saw misdemeanor.
That it's got a different offense date for possession of marijuana than the 9/28/20. So this appears to be a different charge, same officer. Different on those than it is. So one of these appears to be a different charge than the other two. These first two deal with what we were discussing previously. This one.
Not that I'm aware of, but I mean, they, everyone ever.
So these documents just provided, are they related to the documents marked now as Exhibit B9?
The first two documents are the ones that you'll see in offense date of 9/28/2020. But the third document shows the possession of marijuana charge allegedly from 4/21/2020, which seems kind of ironic since 4/21 is marijuana date. Like I said, I will say that and can confirm that this particular officer did get into trouble. Honestly don't know what to make of it. I haven't really seen anything this messed up in a long time. So, I apologize for my candor, but it's pretty messed up. So,
Okay, so what do you propose we do with these three documents?
well, I think she's gonna want, or some obviously not your counsel, but I think you're gonna want the two that show 9/28 retired.
Yes, ma'am.
You're gonna want those probably admitted into evidence. And I'll just withdraw the possession of marijuana charge from 4/21. And we will not consider that, and I will not request it be submitted into evidence.
Okay, so we will then look to add State of Mississippi abstracted court record from Boonville Municipal Court dated 11/4/21 with a charge possession of controlled substance and another State of Mississippi abstract of court record dated 11/4/21. Charge disorderly conduct, failure to comply with law enforcement. These two documents, we'll add those as Exhibit B11.
I believe it would be B10.
Well, 10, we were leaving open for the document that Ms. Nelson.
So this.
I thought this
This
was,
would not cross out though.
I think the board got these so she wouldn't have to, so the record wouldn't have to be held open. for her.
Okay, I didn't understand it. If that's the understanding, I'm perfectly okay with it. And this would be,
Just to make it easy, so she didn't
B10.
have to
Okay.
continue waiting.
so are we clear? Okay. All right, so I believe you had some questions.
Ms. Nelson, working in hospice, is it customary, to give a written prescription as opposed to giving filled prescriptions to the family?
Yes. Wait. Ask me that one more time. Is it opposed?
Was it customary or a policy of
Huh.
your company that you were working for to give a written hard copy prescription versus having the medicines filled and giving them the medicine?
It's not a policy. Of course, if the patient is actively dying, of course, I'm gonna get the morphine filled and take it. I don't expect that caregiver to leave the bedside. However, if it's a new patient who can still drive to Walmart, I think that they can still get their medicine filled. I think that's something that that I could chart, patient still, goes to Walmart with assistance from caregiver is still able to fill on prescriptions. Some people want that independence. Some people want to still do that for themselves. And I completely agree with that. But it's not written in stone that you can't. Now, some of the pharmacies will kind of give you some bad looks if you try to go fill somebody else's prescription. I will say that, regardless of the fact if you're a nurse.
My next question is this. You stated in your petition for reinstatement of licensure that from March of 22 to present, you were a PRN CNA teacher.
Yes, sir.
You realize that requires an active license to do so?
I didn't sign off on anything. I just assisted. There was a whole instructor in there.
So.
I should have worded that as an assistant. I'm
so you
sorry.
worked under the direction of another nurse that was in the classroom. like-
Yes, yes,
So you were an assistant.
yes, and I should have worded that. I'm sorry.
And then my next question is this, you also put in your petition here, that you sat with an elderly female while she underwent rehab related to COVID-19. Did you provide nursing care during that time?
I tried to. She's a very independent lady. I sat with her for a couple weeks and she decided that she didn't want anybody to help her and she got up and walked and she's now living independently at home.
What type of nursing care did you try to assist or give her?
That she would let me, just incontinent care, help set up her meals. I mean, she was very independent. That's
Were you
for
working,
companionship, probably, more or less.
did you do this independently or were you working for an agency?
Well, I was contacted by an independent family. And she was in a landmark facility in a nursing home. And I would just go sit in her room with her hours a day. Like I said, more like companionship. And if she needed something, especially if she needed something right then, and I could go get some ice or, something to that effect, but it wasn't, there was no nursing direct care given.
Were you paid for those services?
I was, yeah.
My last question is this, you put in your statement that 2019 to 2021, you worked at Longwood Community Living Center. 2021 to 2022, you worked at Cornerstone Health and Rehab. Did both of those places do background checks before you were employed? They both do background checks.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I actually had to wait on a background check from Cornerstone before I could start.
Did you have a rap sheet? Did something come back on your background check?
Oh,
that they had to
no. That I have a PO box and they were using my 310 Oakley and I don't understand why that is so hard. But anyways, I ended up having to go get my background check and take it to the facility.
That's all I have.
Anything further from the panel?
I just want to clarify. So when you were sitting with this individual for a family, were you being paid to be a nurse? Or were you
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Just like a sitter. She was a very difficult patient to deal with for the facility, and I think that they were having a lot of trouble pleasing her. Their goal was to get her healthy and get her home, and she wanted to go home, but she just kind of needed some motivation. So I was just kind of there to help. To the fact. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-up, council? We will at this time have our closing statements. Ms. Nelson, you may proceed.
When I drove down here this morning, I had a good feeling, a really good feeling, because I thought for once in my life something was gonna go right. And yes, I fell victim to that arresting officer. Is not something that I'm proud of. I don't even like to discuss it, but I've overcame that and I've overcome this situation, and I have bettered myself these past 9 months more than I have in a really long time. I truly, truly want to go back and take care of my patient because that's what I do. That's the only thing I know. That's the only thing I want to know. I mean, I've done it for so long with never having a discipline, never getting in any kind of trouble, and I treat them like I want to be treated. And I've been in, numerous facilities, like healthcare settings, except the labor and delivery, and I did that myself. But I just, I think that I know that God put me here to to take care of patients, be their advocate, because sometimes they don't. A lot of times they don't have an advocate, especially in the geriatric part. It's very rewarding to see that I've done something that in the end has made a difference. I can't tell you how that feeling actually feels. It's just an undescribable feeling, and I promise that this whatever this was, this miscommunication, I can assure you that it won't happen again. I'm actually gonna get to finally put a mailbox up at my house. But as far as somebody else signing it for me, I had no way of knowing. And I would have never not shown up for a hearing. This is something I worked so hard for. And I took 268 or is it 48? However, the max amount of questions. And I had literally 2 seconds left. I took the whole time. And when I left there, I thought I didn't pass. But when I found out that I did, I just knew I was doing the right thing. My daddy died from cancer, and I didn't want anybody to hurt. Like I had to watch him hurt. And that was kind of my goal with hospice. And then, and there, everything after. I just think that those caregivers depend on you, and you become so vital to them. And I'm honored to be that for them. And I would just really, 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 really appreciate another chance. I don't need anybody to feel sorry for me. I just want another chance.
Thank you. Saucy.
Again, I would respectfully request the board panel consider the following factors: severity of the actions that resulted in revocation of Mrs. Nelson's license, her conduct prior to surrender of the license, her compliance with restoration requirements, whether she's in violation of any applicable statute, board order, or rule, to consider her rehabilitative efforts, to consider her competency to practice nursing, and lastly, to consider her ability to safely practice nursing. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I believe there's one more RN case. If you want to take that up at this time, it's Maxie Rushing.
All right, so the next matter before the board panel, and following this matter, we will deliver on those 3 that we have heard. The next matter is license number R 903-852. Licensee is Maxie Rushing. Rick? All right, the next matter before the board panel, license number R 903852. The licensee's Maxi Rushing. Is the licensee present?
Your Honor, she has been moved to Thursday.
All right. So which matter are we? They're not here. They're not here.
So,
Do we need to go ahead and take up another matter or just deliberate on the ones that we've already heard?
I can proceed on Mr. Spencer at this time if you'd like to proceed. We actually have 3 individuals that have not shown. Would it be permissible for us to go ahead and hear those, just to get those 3 done so we can focus on the last 2 remaining?
Sure.
We're gonna go with Deshaun Deloyer.
All right, the next matter before the board panel, license number P 325302. Deshonda Lewis, is the licensee present?
no, she's not, Your Honor.
All right. We proceed with Lewis.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
We proceed with Lewis.
Yes, sir. We are.
Okay. Any preliminary matters, counsel?
Yes, sir. I'd like to first admit in the evidence, B1 through B8.
All right, those exhibits are admitted. Let's see.
I'd like to waive my opening statement, in light of her not being here. Could I call Mr. Floyd Wiley as a witness?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Please state your name, county of residence, and current place of employment for the record.
Floyd Wiley. I live in Rankin County. I work for the Mississippi Board of Nursing,
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
over 10 years.
And what's your position for the Board of Nursing?
I do investigations and I am the administrative bailiff for hearings.
And is Ms. Lewis present today?
No, she is not here.
How do you know she's not present?
I went to the front of the building, called her name 5 times with no response. Went to the back of the building, called her name 5 times with no response. I checked the respondent sign-in sheet. She has not signed in. I checked the visitor's log. She has not signed in. I checked the computer to see if she was a participant listed on the Zoom meeting, and she is not.
Has the board received any communication from Ms. Lewis requesting that the matter be continued or giving a reason for absence today?
No.
Please turn to what has been introduced and marked as Exhibit B5 and ID those documents for me, please.
B5 is the notice of the hearing.
Is there any other documents with B5?
Order suspending the license of Ms. Lewis. And the complaint also. Also, it's an affidavit from the Clarion Ledger.
And on the third page of that document, what is this document on B5?
It is the complaint.
Would you please tell the board what's being alleged against Ms. Lewis today?
In charge 1, the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 731529, and that the respondent engages in conduct likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public.
And would you kind of tell the board what the charge listed in that complaint to support that charge?
On or about October 14th, 2021, in the county of Lamar, state of Mississippi, respondent was indicted on multiple felony counts, sale of controlled substance. On or about March the 25th, 2020, in Lamar County, did willfully, unlawfully, and feloniously and knowingly sell, transfer, or distribute for money to $250 to a confidential source with the Lamar County Sheriff's Office, hydrocodone in the amount of 18 dosage units, and Xanax in the amount of $18 dosage units. On or about April 2nd, 2020, in Lamar County, Mississippi, did willfully, unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly sell, transfer, distribute for money to witness $420 to a confidential source with the Lamar County Sheriff's Office, morphine in the amount of 30 dosage units.
Because Ms. Lewis was properly noticed at today's hearing and inexplicably failed to show, we rest on the file and request the board panel consider all available options allowed by law for discipline. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, counsel. We're ready for the next matter.
We are, Your Honor. You can proceed with Jessica Wells.
All right, the next matter before the board panel, license number P330271. Jessica Wells. Is the licensee present?
No, Your Honor.
Preliminary matters, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to introduce and exit into evidence B1 through B7.
They are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd also like to swear in, waive my opening and swear in Mr. Floyd Wiley.
You may proceed.
Yes.
Mr. Wiley, will you please state your name, county of residence, and current place of employment for the record?
Floyd Wiley, Rankin County, and I work for the Mississippi Board of Nursing,
And how long you worked for the Board of Nursing?
over 10 years.
Ms. Wells present today?
No, she is not.
And how do you know she's not present?
I checked the monitor to see if she's a participant on the Zoom. She is not. I checked the respondent sign-in sheet. She has not signed in. I checked the visitor's log. She has not signed in. I went to the back of the building, called her name 5 times with no response. Went to the front of the building, called her name 5 times with no response.
You would please turn to what has been marked as Exhibit B5 and ID those documents.
It is a notice of today's hearing, a suspension, complaint, order suspending license.
If you would please turn to the last page of that exhibit and ID that document as well, please.
It's the affidavit of publication showing that the service was provided to licensee.
And has the board heard anything from Ms. Wells requesting this matter be continued or requesting that she was excused from attendance today?
No,
Please turn to what has been marked as exhibit. Well, when was Ms. Pearl was on the complaint, on B5, would you tell the board panel what the charges against Ms. Wells are?
charge 1, respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated section 731529, and that the respondent has negligently or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice or licensure, license. I need to do the rest of this.
Yeah, we tell the board what the facts are supporting that complaint.
The respondent voluntarily signed an agreement with the Mississippi Nurse Voluntary Program on October the 4th, 2021. The agreement required respondent to participate in random drug screens through Affinity eSolutions Incorporated. Respondent has failed and or refused to comply with the voluntary program agreement due to the following. On or about March 4th, 2022, the respondent was selected and submitted a specimen for a urine drug screen, the results of which confirmed positive for codeine and opiates. On or about March 24th, 2022, the respondent refused to submit to her random drug screen. On or about March 30th, 2022, the respondent refused to check into Affinity eSolutions for her drug screens. On or about March 31st, 2022, respondent refused to check in to Affinity eSolutions for a drug screen.
Your Honor, because Ms. Wells was properly noticed at today's hearing and inexplicably failed to show the rest on the file and request the board rule on the exhibits and evidence.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Tamara Longs.
The next matter before the board panel, license number P 338184. Tamara Longs. The licensee present.
She is not, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, counsel. Preliminary matters.
We'd request entry of B1 through B9 exhibits on behalf of the board, please.
All right, they are admitted. May I proceed?
Thank you. The board calls investigator Floyd Wiley, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment for the record.
Floyd Wiley. I live in Rankin County and I work for the Mississippi Board of Nursing
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
over 10 years.
And what is your position with the Board of Nursing?
I am an investigator and a bailiff.
And if you would, is Mrs. Longs present today?
No, she is not.
And how do you know that she's not present?
I went to the front of the building, called her name 5 times with no response. Went to the back of the building, called her name 5 times with no response. Checked the respondent sign-in sheet. She has not signed in. I checked the visitor's log. She has not signed in. And I checked the computer to see if she is a participant listed for the Zoom meeting. She is not.
Has Mrs. Longs requested this matter be continued?
No.
Please turn to what's been introduced as Exhibit B5 on the last page and identify the last page of Exhibit B5 for us, please.
It is a proof of service, copy of a green card addressed to Tamara Longs.
And was this green card signed?
Yes, ma'am, it is signed.
What is the date of delivery?
Date of delivery is August the 15th, 2022.
And if you would turn back to the second page of Exhibit B5 and identify that document, please.
Okay, this is the complaint to Tamara Longs.
And if you would tell the board panel what the charge is listed against Mrs. Longs in this complaint.
That the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 731529, and that the respondent has engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely conviction of a felony within the past 5 years. 30 Mississippi Annotated Code, Part 2820 R1.2.
And if you would tell us the facts that are additionally listed on this complaint against Mrs. Longs.
On or about June 13th, 2022, respondent was found guilty of manslaughter and simple assault in the Circuit Court of Wilkerson County, Mississippi. As a result of the felony conviction, respondent was sentenced to 20 years imprisonment.
Because Mrs. Longs was properly noticed at today's hearing and inexplicably failed to show, we would rest on the file and request the license of Mrs. Longs be revoked.
All right, thank you, counsel. All right, at this time, I entertain a motion for the board to go into closed determination as to whether executive session is necessary for deliberation on these matters that include license number R 866-201, R 877-297, R 903-852, P 325-302, P 330-271, P 338-184. This has been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Now entertain a motion for the board panel to exit to executive session for deliberation on the aforementioned matters. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. The board will now exit to executive session for deliberation on those matters and will return with decisions in each. All right, thank you everyone for your patience. We are back on the record. I will now entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
Make your motion.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. The board is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number R 877-297, the board panel renders the following: reinstated with non-drug related stipulations to include a $500 fine, 12 months of probation, indirect supervision, psychiatric and psychological evaluation. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of completion of this hearing cycle. Are there any questions? Hearing none, Ms. Nelson, you are excused.
Doctor already.
Okay. Well, once you get the order, if you have any questions, just let us know. Following deliberation on license number P 325-302, the board panel renders the following: the license is revoked. Following deliberation on license number P 330-271, the license is revoked. Following deliberation on license number P 338-184, the license is revoked. I mentioned as a part of the deliberation, license number R 903-852. That matter has actually been moved to Thursday. Following deliberation on license number R 866-201, the license is revoked. Any questions? All right, the next matter before the board panel, license number P 329-983, Stacy Hare. The licensee is present.
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Hare, you are represented by counsel.
That's great. I'm Kevin Horan,
How you spell your last name, counsel?
RAN.
Thank you, sir.
Ready, Your Honor?
Just a moment. We will begin with opening statements from the parties. We will have an opportunity to hear the arguments from both parties, allow for questioning of witnesses. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, we'll allow for closing statements. The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law and render a decision which will be mailed to the licensee and her counsel. I will note for the record that there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. At this time, I'll ask that the witnesses be sworn. All right, thank you. Counsel, do you want the rule invoked regarding your witnesses?
None, yeah.
All right. We will begin with opening statements. Counsel for the state, you may proceed.
We are here today for a hearing before the board panel on the suspension and
I'm
possible.
sorry, counsel. Do we have some preliminary matters we need to cover?
We do, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'd like to introduce in evidence, please, exhibits B1 through B11, and also respondents R1 through R6. R6 is gonna be a composite, I believe, of drug screens.
Okay.
I'd also like a motion to amend the complaints on charge 2. Complaints state that she was convicted of a felony. She actually was not convicted. She got a guilty plea that's been not adjudicated.
Okay. All right, so these documents regarding test results are to be exhibit R6.
That's correct, Your Honor. I believe, I don't know what, I mean.
Okay.
I
As a
believe
court
that-
reporter received, have you received a copy?
Yes, I was trying to make sure we had the, 1, 2, 3. I believe there's 16 to be submitted as composite exhibit R6. Correct number, correct me if I'm wrong, I think I've got it all.
Okay, that's what I have as well.
It began, I believe, 7/1/2021 and conclude last week, I believe, 9/27/2022.
That's what I have as well. All right, so no objections to these exhibits being entered?
There you go.
Okay, they are admitted.
And I would also like, before we proceed, is that we would, the licensee would waive any deficiencies, if any, in process. I don't believe there is any, I've checked. And waive any deficiencies in the pleadings with the understanding that we have an amendment as to charge to.
So noted for the record. And I believe counsel for the state did move for an amendment to that charge.
I did, Your Honor.
Let's see. All right. And so charge 2, it just strike the conviction of a felony from that charge.
Guilty, but it's not adjudicated.
Okay, I got you. Not adjudicated. All right, that motion is sustained. Anything further preliminarily, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll begin with opening statements.
Yes, sir. We are here today for a hearing before the board panel on the suspension and possible revocation of the nursing license of Stacy Hare in Mississippi. Ms. Hare was first licensed as a practical nurse in Mississippi on August 11, 2014, and has been licensed as a practical nurse in the state since that time. On or about November 4, 2019, Delta Rehabilitation and Healthcare Center discovered that Ms. Hare had signed out 9 hydrocodone but failed to document administering the medication. In a signed note, Ms. Hare admitted to taking residents narcotics from May 2019 through November of that same year while at Perk. It is alleged that she violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1L in that she engaged in unprofessional conduct and also that she violated Title 30 of the Mississippi Administrative Code. We have now since amended the complaint to take that charge out. Specifically, it is alleged that she misappropriated drugs and administered drugs to sell. It admitted that she took the medication for personal use and then pled guilty to that count in Bolivar County Court. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to continue suspension of Ms. Hare's license or revoke her license to practice as an LPN in the state.
Thank you, Council. Strain.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Board. My name's Kevin Horan. I represent Ms. Hare. I likewise represented Ms. Hare in the proceedings that took place in Bolivar County pertaining to the count, the charge set out in count 2, wherein Ms. Hare was not adjudicated for conduct related to these proceedings here today. I anticipate that the evidence in this case will show that Ms. Hare, once approached about her conduct, readily admitted her conduct, both Norman Young, investigator, members of her family, people at her employ, and also other individuals involved in this investigation. I think the evidence is going to show here today that Ms. Hare on her own went through in-house rehab. She complied with all the conditions placed upon her, and that she's had extensive contact with Investigator Young. And I anticipate that Mr. Young, while certainly not within his purview to recommend to the board a disposition regarding discipline as to my client, will present evidence to you that she has done everything he's required of her, everything the court required of her, and that short of revocation, she would comply, in his opinion, with any and all conditions that the board would seem appropriate under the circumstances to make sure that, one, that the public safety is ensured, and 2, that she conducts herself appropriately in her profession as a nurse moving forward based on his understanding and what he's determined to be facts in this case, and the facts that he would present to this board pertaining to Ms. Hare's conduct since this unfortunate episode in her life. Also, the R6 exhibits represents what Ms. Hare's done since 2001. Although this case is older than that, she was required at my urging to start drug testing during that time, and sometime prior to that time, we were preparing ourselves for the legal proceedings in Bolivar County. I anticipate Ms. Moore, Ms. Matthews, and Mr. Holland to give credible evidence in support of Ms. Hare's position that revocation would not be warranted, and that she would comply any and all conditions that the board deem appropriate under the circumstances. I've represented Ms. Hare. It's been a long journey for Ms. Hare. Even before I began representing her, she took it upon herself to do some things to get her mental state in a situation that she would not get back to where she was during this episode. And I anticipate that, hopeful that the board will act reasonably under the circumstances. I deem that you will, see that you will, believe that you will. And allow her to continue, go back to place her on probation and request that she be given conditions of that probation so she can go back, support her family, and go back to being the good nurse that she was, that everybody in the Bolivar County area knows her to be, and members of the nursing community will testify here today that she is. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. You can begin with the case in chief.
Now let's call Ron James, the witness. Please take your name, current place of employment for the record.
Karen James, I'm employed with the District Board of Nursing,
And how long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
8 years.
During that time, have you participated in any investigations resulting in summary suspension or revocation of a license?
Yes, I have.
Is it part of your duties with the board to investigate complaints received related to individuals licensed by the board to practice nursing in the state?
Yes, it is.
If you would, please turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B2 and ID that document, please.
Exhibit B2 is a nursing information. Ms. Stacy Harris, information license, address, also an email address, when she was licensed by Mississippi State Board of Nursing.
And what date was she licensed?
She was licensed August 11, 2014.
What type of registration is that license for?
It's for a licensed practical nurse.
Would you please go to Exhibit B3 and tell us what that document is, please?
Exhibit B3 is information provided by the nursing license, information by Mississippi State Board of Nursing on Miss Stacy Harris.
And what does it currently show as her license status on that?
License status is going to be administrative and active.
And on B4, would you please identify that document for me as well?
B4 is the nurse's information on the individual licensee, Ms. Stacy Harris.
And what does it show on there right now?
It's showing in a discipline action up in the top right-hand corner.
Go into Exhibit B5, the last page on that document. Can you identify that, please?
Exhibit B5 is the certified mail green card sent to Ms. Stacy Harris.
And on that third page of the same, I'm sorry, it's number 4. Which one is that, please? You identify that document?
This is the order of suspending license for Ms. Harris.
Could you go back to the second page of B5 and tell us what that document is, please? for the record?
It's going to be Exhibit A of the complaint for Ms. Stacy Harris.
What does that complaint state? Is a basis for summary suspending her license?
Stacy in charge 1, Mr. Cole, and noted 7/3/15/29 1, and that the respondent has engaged in a professional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely misappropriation of drugs, supplies, or equipment pursuant.
And are there any additional facts in the complaint? Would you read the additional facts saying to support that charge?
Additional facts state that respondent was employed as an LPN at Delta Rehabilitation and Healthcare Center on or about November 4th, 2019. The facility discovered respondent signed out 9 hydrocodone but failed to document and administer the medication. Respondent admitted in her statement to the board that she took the medication for personal use.
Thank you. And after receiving information related to this event, did your division investigate these allegations?
Yes, we did.
What did you determine with that investigation?
It was determined that the narcotics are actually medication taken by the respondent. Was missing.
Would you go to exhibit B6 for me and identify that document for me?
Exhibit B6 is.
And what does Ms. Hare say that she was called to Delta Rehabilitation for in November of 2019?
She was called to the rehabilitation of healthcare for a drug test due to non-documented PRN narcotics.
And what did Ms. Hare admit to taking in this note?
She had been taking actually been taking her husband's narcotics without his knowledge, and also admitted to Mr. Norman, Investigator Norman, that she had been taking residents' PRN narcotics while I was at work.
What was the time frame that she admitted to doing that from?
She admitted in May of 19 that she had done it.
Through, did you go through? So what time did she say that she had done that from?
Throughout the months, actually from May until November, she was taking medication.
So would it appear that she was under narcotics while she was at work?
Yes,
What else did she admit to regarding the drug test that she was called to work, called back to take?
she submitted to the drug test, and when she failed for narcotics.
Did Ms. Hare sign the statement that was submitted?
Yes,
You had a B7 and ID that document? Well,
B7 is the internal investigation done by Delta Rehabilitation Center of Cleveland.
what's the date of that letter?
November 6th, 2019.
You familiar with the contents of this document?
Yes,
Can you tell us the reason an investigation was opened by Ms. Wanda?
it was due to the admission medication by 2 residents at Delta Rehabilitation of Cleveland.
And there was an audit performed on the narcotics, and what did that cart reveal?
It was the admission medication from on 2 patients. 2 residents.
Did it say how many residents were affected by the medication that was missing?
It was actually 9 residents. That was impacted by admission medication.
At the top of the second page on exhibit 7, in the first paragraph, the investigation summary states that after concerns about the documentation of medication, Ms. Hare was called in. Can you read me that quote Ms. Hare stated?
Mr. stated that I had a rough weekend. I forgot to sign out the pain meds.
So she originally claimed that she just forgot to sign them out.
That's correct.
And what was subsequently given to Ms. Hare as a result of those discrepancies in her statement?
A drug screen.
And did she pass that drug screen?
No, she did not. She tested positive for opiates and amphetamines.
In light of the facts we went over, this note that was signed by Ms. Hare admitting to taking the narcotics and of the residents, it's fair to say that Ms. Hare is in violation of Mississippi Code annotated 73-291L, and that she engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the warden regarding misappropriation of drugs.
Yes.
I have no further questions, John.
All right, thank you.
That's good. I wanted to ask you, I believe that exhibit B. Second. B3, I believe, maybe the order of suspension notice, I believe it's in August of this year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was it August the 29th? Is that right? August the 2nd, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. From the time of this particular incident, is it your understanding from the time that this interview took place with Miss Matthews, and based on her admission, she imposed on herself, she went into rehab, did she not? Is that your understanding?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, that wasn't part of your investigation, but did you come to know that she did went to rehab shortly after that?
No.
All right, now, the order suspending her license on 8/22/2022, you have no evidence to present to the board that there were any other additional infractions on her part. It's not in the complaint, so I assume there's no other infractions between 2019 and 8/2/2022, wherein Ms. Hare had violated any code sections pertaining to her license.
No, I personally never investigated any other infractions, and no allegations.
No other infractions.
That's correct.
And my understanding is that she actually nursed until 8/2/2022 until her license was suspended. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Now, hold on a second. That's all I have.
All right, any questions for this witness from the board panel? Any follow-up, counsel?
No, yeah.
This witness may be excused if his testimony is complete. You have another witness, counsel?
I do not, Your Honor.
May I proceed with the call of witness? I'm gonna call Norman Young first. I believe he's got to do something. Everybody does, I guess, but he's got, if I call Norman Young, first witness. May I proceed?
Yes, sir, you may.
State your name for the record, if you would.
Norman Young,
Young, how you employed at this time?
I'm an investigator with the Mississippi Attorney General's office.
And in what capacity did you come in contact with Miss Stacy Hare, the licensee in this particular?
I was the assigned investigator to work, allegation of her misappropriation. That was reported to us.
And could you give the board the benefit of your contact with Miss Hare and whether or not she was compliant with everything that you talked to her about regarding the investigation being forthcoming for conduct?
Yes, contacted her, set up a meeting, shortly after I was notified of the allegation. She agreed to meet. I've actually met with her and her husband in their residence there in Cleveland. She was completely forthcoming to me, told me that she had signed them out for her own personal use. She had a phone and she knew she needed help. And, so going forward with that, I finished my investigation, took all the statements, and with her. And, during that time, she did reactive but proactive on her part, went and put herself in a rehab to she knew she had a problem. And, so in that's how I got to know her.
And she completed, I think she went to Haven House in-house rehab, I think the 90-day program in-house. And after she was discharged, I believe she did outpatient with Haven House and some other people as well. Is that correct?
Yes, to my understanding.
Now, my understanding is that since this, incident, since she got out of rehab, you maintained contact and kept up with Ms. Hare in her progress there as far as her work and things of that nature there in Bolivar County. Is that correct?
Yes, we had contact on several occasions.
And how would you characterize her? Now, I understand since she got out of rehab and she was still licensed to work, she actually was working as a nurse up until August. Did you know that?
Yes.
All right, did you make efforts to check to see whether or not there were any issues, talk with her employers?
I actually had
check on her.
Yeah, I mean, she worked in Greenville at the time, and I mean, she went back to Bolivar Medical, and I would ask, when I had other cases in those places, I would just ask to make sure everything was on the up and up.
Were you able, I'm not gonna ask you to go into detail of what people, I assume you talked to administration and people that were over her superiors, people that would give you reports on her work ethic, her conduct while working as a nurse since the incident in 2019. Did you receive any adverse reports whatsoever on Ms. Hare? Did you, and I understand you and I've talked on several occasions, did you actually have conversations with people about her nursing skills, her patient care, things of that nature during the course of her work since she began this investigation?
To some extent, even to go a step further, even her former employer that was her employer at this time when this happened had actually called me and said, hey, when's this process going to be resolved? Because I want her back.
Okay, and Mr. Young, I'm gonna ask you, have you ever come before the nursing board speaking on behalf of any other individual that you, how long have you been doing investigations at AG's office?
Almost 10 years.
All right, and you basically came on your own to speak on Ms. Hare's behalf. Is that a fair statement?
It is true. She called me concerned that she received a letter back in August, and I actually called it up here and found out some information for her. Asked if I could come speak on her behalf.
Okay, Mr. Young, I'm gonna ask you some questions that I think the board is gonna be interested in based on the fact that you've been doing this a long time. How many of these type cases have you investigated?
I'd say
Approximately.
on average 7 to 10 a year, you know, that I prosecute.
Investigating yourself.
Yes, correct.
If the board saw fit to allow Ms. Hare to move forward and place certain conditions on her licensure conditions, do you feel like any conditions that the board placed on Ms. Hare should be compliant with?
I do.
Is that based on your history with her, course of your investigation, and her conduct after this incident in 2019 until this time right now? Is that what that's based on? And I understand you don't make these representations to the board.
Right. That's my first time.
I tend to the woods.
I have just a few questions for Ms. Young. I know I originally said I didn't, but I did. You said you've been investigating these for 7 to 10 years. Is that correct?
You know, I've been investigating this for 10 years, approximately 7 to
10 a year. I'm sorry. So when are you normally called? Like, when do you get involved? Is it anytime it's a drug case or?
I usually work an area with the state. I cover the delta. And anytime an allegation comes in, it's automatic. And by law, the facilities have to report them to us if they have any misappropriations. So it automatically is.
So that's how you found out because of facility call?
Yes. They have to report it within 24 hours.
Okay. You said that she'd been very compliant with you. Is that correct?
Correct.
She give you and I know you interviewed her. In the interview, did she indicate any reason why she took those 9 pills?
Yeah, she was having some personal issues that she was trying to basically, you know, didn't have the finances and was trying to self-medicate herself.
Did she indicate that she'd had any problems before with any?
No. She had no previous history.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any questions from the board panel for this witness?
I have one.
Mr. Young, when did you say your initial date that you met, with the licensee was? Do you recall?
I didn't say, it would be whenever I interviewed her and got after.
So the incident
So
took
back in
place November of
2009.
19.
Yes.
So that's when you,
Shortly after that, yes, sir.
all right, and then, did she, when you spoke with her, did she admit to only taking them or selling them?
To take them for her personal use.
Anything further from the panel? Any redirect?
None.
Any further testimony expected from this witness? All right, thank you, Mr. Young. You can be excused or stay.
Wanda Matthews. May I proceed? She was sworn.
We can go ahead and do it now. Okay, I'm sorry, counsel. What's this one's name?
Wanda Matthews.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. State your name for the record, if you would.
Wanda Matthews.
And are you employed at this time?
I am
And how are you employed?
administrator at Delta Rehabilitation and Health.
How long have you held that position?
I've been at the facility for 26 years and I held this position for 10, down to 9. A little bit longer still.
And how long, now, I understand that Stacy worked for you there. In what capacity did she work?
She was a licensed practical nurse and she was a part nurse.
And would you characterize her work performance there at Delta Rehab?
Phenomenal. She took care of her patients. If we needed anything, we always called on Stacy. The staff and the residents all there adored her, wanted her to take care of.
And do you remember her begin date of service and end date of service there at facility?
Not specific day.
I understand, I believe she began in 14. Is that right? And in 19, when this incident occurred, would have been her last day, is that fair?
Yes.
Did you stay in contact with Stacy after her dismissal?
Yes.
And did it come to you, did you understand that she was having some issues, emotional issues, things of that nature during this episode? And would you characterize this conduct on her part as an episode, Ms. Matthews?
I would absolutely. I think there's different forms of addiction. There's, you see it in different aspects, but hers was an issue that she was going through. I think it was an illness, and she did what it took to overcome it. She seeked out the help that she needed and did absolutely everything she needed to overcome that.
Now, as far as her responsibilities there at the rehab center during the course of her employment, was there any suspicions prior to this time? Or was there any conduct on her part that caused you to make basically a red mark in her file? Any conduct whatsoever?
No, sir, not at all.
And after she left your employee, do you know where she went to work?
I know she went to rehab for a while, and then around that time, I think COVID hit. I think she went to Greenville, a nursing home there. I'm not exactly sure which one. And then I know she came closer to home. She's back at Baltimore, or she was back at Baltimore.
Up until August, until she got her license. Did you receive any reports from anybody at any of those facilities? Or you've been in the medical communities for how long? 26 years? Any reports, have you received anything from anybody that she's done anything that self-state and performed superiorly for any of those other groups? Checked and talked with other individuals at those two places?
And, yeah, they called me that references beforehand too, and she was upfront and honest. Yeah, I was as well.
Again, I ask you the question whether or not you think this is episodal. Do you feel like if the board were to place Ms. Hare on certain conditions, allow her to go, does she have any children?
She did.
Is she a breadwinner at the home? Is her, income necessary for the support of her children? If you feel like if the board were to place any conditions, probation, continued drug testing, psychological, evaluation, things of that nature, that she would comply with any and all conditions that the board were to place on her if they were not to suspend her license and not to revoke her license?
Yes.
Do you have any reservation whatsoever about whether or not she would be compliant?
No, not at all. She would do what she has to do.
Assuming the board allowed her to go back to work, would you consider reemploying her?
Already asked her. I'm ready. Absolutely. I still have residents today that ask about her, and she did not compromise our residents at all.
I was gonna ask you the last question. Anything in her conduct, and I'm not saying this is not something involving public safety, or anything like this involves public safety, what she did, but did she do anything that, at the time, her conduct, has she ever compromised patient care at all during her conduct?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of. Not at all.
That's all I have.
Council.
Mr. Matthews, when this happened, how was her demeanor that night? Because she said she'd been taking the pills and taking them while she was at work. Could you tell that she was under any type of influence?
I could tell something was off. She was kind of hesitant about the drug screen at first, but she did comply.
She submitted with it. Did y'all notice anything before? Because she said this has been doing this from since March, from March to November. She said she'd been taking pills. So I know the 9 is all we have record of, but she admitted to doing that for several months. Was there any kind of indication in her performance or anything of that
Yes,
nature?
sir. She was at work on time. Her charting was phenomenal. No, sir.
And I know the opposing counsel pointed out harm to the public, but what happens if these patients weren't getting that medication? Did they just not get their medication if she was taking it, or how does that work?
True, if it was routine medicine, but this, during our investigation and going through all the medical records and the controlled sign out sheets that she has to sign when she dispenses a narcotic, it was strictly for PRN residents. So those that would only get it occasionally, and once you really start digging and you did see like a pattern that, maybe Stacy was the only one signing them out. So it was not on anybody routine that was getting it that did not receive their medicine. It was just on PRN. Or that makes sense.
But if it could have been somebody else that was receiving medication, they just would not have gotten that medication, is that correct? So it would be some type of public harm. Just on the ones that y'all found, it wasn't in that case, is that correct?
Yes,
But it
sir.
could have been from March to November.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
But I guess that's what I asked previously, based on your investigation, there was anything evidence to her conduct, she compromised patient care.
No, sir. Even in interviewing the residents that we knew, that she had taken those narcotics from, they said they received their medicine, that they asked, and there was nothing there. So there was no harm whatsoever to the patients. Yes, sir.
That's all I have.
Any questions from the panel for this witness? Go ahead.
Ms. Matthews, did licensure and certification come in and survey your facility based upon this?
Yes, sir.
Were there any deficiencies?
I do not believe so at the time. Now, the regs have changed since, and I have reported someone else that did receive a tag.
What level tag?
It was 609. I think it's D level.
The medications that she diverted, were they paid for by Medicare and Medicaid residents?
They were initially, but the facility reimbursed.
So like,
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-up from,
I don't think
any further testimony expected from this witness?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. You may be excused.
Katie Moore. May I proceed?
Yes, sir.
Well, you were sworn earlier, were you not? And, I'm gonna try to cut it. Speak up. Yeah, she's got to. How are you employed?
I'm the director of nursing at Delta Rehabilitation Healthcare.
And what capacity do you know, Ms. Hale, the licensee?
I worked there as well when she was employed there.
And, were you her superior or just work with her
At the time, I was just worked with her.
at that time? Okay, have you since been promoted since then?
I have.
And what do you, what do you do now?
I'm the director of nursing now. I was the wound care nurse.
Now, you know why we're here today, and you know the responsibility that the board has to determine what type of discipline, render space and stuff. How long did you work, Stacy? Did y'all work side by side?
I worked there for about 7 years, so I'd say about 3 or 4 years, but we worked side by side as in I was on call and I would work the cart as well as Stacy works the cart, and but I was up and down the halls with them doing wound care and treatments.
Could you give the board the benefit of your knowledge of her work ethic, her work performance, and when you work with her?
She's a great nurse. All the residents loved her. It was more than just passing out medication. It was the relationships that she had with the residents. You could tell that she truly did care.
Did you witness anything or see anything or hear anything from any of the nurses, any of the administrators, that any of the conduct that Ms. Hare involved in between May and November compromised any patient care there at the facility?
No, upon the investigation, I was one of them that had to talk with the residents and all, and we didn't have any.
Do you feel like that Stacy would comply with any and all conditions that the board allowed her to continue practicing, operating her license as a nurse, and comply with any conditions that were placed upon her?
I do.
In the nursing community there in the Delta, and I understand that that's the only place she worked, she have a good reputation.
Yes,
Nurses, doctors, administrators.
she does.
Now, once she left there, she went to work other places. Have you heard anybody indicate that she had any issues with her job performance?
That was one of them.
Small community up there, you would have heard something.
Yes.
if there'd been a problem. Are you friends with
Small town.
Stacy?
I met Stacy when I started working at the.
Gotcha. Do you feel like, as I asked Ms. Matthews previously, that this is episodal, that this issue that we're going to see again out of this area?
I do agree.
That's all I have.
Okay.
Ms. Moore, you said you worked with her from March, November, side by side, like 2019, y'all were side by side pretty much. So would you say that she was under a lot of stress during that time?
I can't say that. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, I know you got brought up how much causing harm, but, and that she didn't cause anybody any harm, but since you were side by side, you would know what she was doing. Would you say that it's fair to say that she could potentially have caused harm she was diverting drugs from almost 9 months and taking them while at work? Would that not potentially cause some harm?
But if you're using PRN medications that nobody receives unless they're in pain, no.
Or would that put her under the influence of some type of drug while she's at work?
Depending when she was taken.
Would it be fair to say if she was taking them and coming to work, which she admitted that she did, would you say that she was lucky no harm was done for that 8 months span?
I guess I wanted to make sure I wouldn't characterize what I was asking Ms. Moore was during the time that you worked with her during this time, you didn't see evidence she conducted herself in a manner that created any harm to anybody. I'm not saying the potential, but she didn't see evidence of anything that she did that concerned you.
I didn't.
And whether or not, the potential was there, and I understand that there are any of these type of things, but did you do anything in her work that concerns you at all?
I didn't see.
That's all right.
Any questions from the panel for this week?
Did y'all work the same shift?
We did.
You did.
It was not the exact same shift. Mine was like 7 to 5, and then she had 7 to 3.
And with you now being the director of nurses, if she came back to work, would you be concerned with her working under your license as director of nurses?
I would be cautious, but I truly believe that she's a good nurse, and she did always take care of her patients the best of her ability. She did have an incident occur, but she was a really good nurse.
My final question is this, and I meant to ask this to Ms. Matthews, but I'll put it to you. With this all being public record, do you feel like her returning to y'all's facility and working for you would be a concern to resident families?
I don't know that I could answer that. I feel like the families would feel, I don't know if they know about the incident that occurred, but I know that the families did know Stacy and her performance with the residents and the love that the residents had for her. So I really can't answer that.
All right, that's all.
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-up, council?
No.
There you go. All right, thank you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you.
Maybe excuse.
Call Kevin Holland. You were sworn earlier, were you not? Yes. Could you tell the board what relationship you have with Stacy? She's my wife. We've been married for almost 20 years. How many children do y'all have? We have 3 and 1 grandbaby. Are you employed? Yes, sir. Where are you? Robson Electric Company in Cleveland, Mississippi. Okay, how long? 20 years. All right. I want to ask you some questions about, you know how long, I know it may be, you may not know exactly how long, Stacy's been a nurse. Yeah, I mean, I know it's been since 2014, because I put her through school. Yes. And did she work while she was in school? She did a little part-time work. She worked at, this Department of Corrections at the correction facility. But, she couldn't, it was interfering with her study. So we decided that, she'd quit her job and go full-time school. She take her, up until August of this year, she take her nursing responsibilities seriously. Yes, sir. She did. I'm not gonna get into the particulars unless the board can ask questions if necessary. During this time in 2019, was Stacy experiencing medical issues at that time? I was. Yes, sir. Okay, what was that? I had broke my knee and I had to have surgery. And I was off work for almost 8 months. She said that in her statement that she had some diverticulitis. She had that flared up because she was worried about me, worried about bills, and worried about her kids. Okay. And when did it first come to your attention that she was having a problem there with the medicine? When they called her the night that she had to go up there to take the drug test. Anything about her conduct at home, her conduct with the children at the home, her day-to-day activities, making it to work on time, anything that alarmed you at all that she was doing anything? No. You made it to a long time even. Yeah, I would have noticed, yes. No conduct on her part that alarmed you that she under the influence before she went to work? No. She, like I said, she'd get up, she'd get to work early, because she'd always get on me about being late to work. So, I mean, she got up like she did, went to work, worked 10, 12 hours, and then she'd come home, cook,
clean, help out around the house. So there was nothing showing that she was.
It was just alarming to you as was the other.
Yes. Yes, but
You feel like Stacy would have gone to work and done her job as a nurse there at the rehab facility if she was obviously she was under the influence regardless of what we say here today, whether or not it affected her ability.
I don't think it would have. No.
Okay, and you feel like she would have done anything whatsoever to compromise patient care?
Cause I had been up there with them. I used to take her dinner, lunch, and the patients would just giggle, laugh. And if she wasn't here, we'd go up there or something, they'd ask where she was. I mean, they all loved her. She loved nursing. Oh, yes, she did.
Okay, now, I understand that when she got arrested in 2019, she was terminated at Delta Rehab, but she went to work at other places in the nursing field up until her license, was. And where did she work?
Well, she worked in Greenville, but she worked the night shift, and where the facility was located at, I didn't like.
Where did she work?
It was in Greenville, but it was off kind of, it was the bad district of Greenville. And night you hear gunshots, stuff like that. So we looked for somewhere closer to home, and that's when she started working at Bolivar Medical.
And she worked at Bolivar Medical in Cleveland.
Yes.
Did you receive any reports? Did she go to work on time during that time?
Yes, she always goes to work on time.
Let's talk a little bit about her rehab.
Well, I was in jury duty because I was off work, and she went herself. I didn't have to tell her to go. Nobody called and told her to go. She just knew she had a problem. She wanted to fix it.
And how long did she go in and out?
Almost 4 months total.
When she completed that, I believe we introduced a certificate of
Yes.
completion in Haven House. Is that right?
That's right.
She got out on December the 15th, I believe, 2019, correct?
Yes.
And after that, she'd been drug testing. We submitted the drug test.
Yes.
And up until August of this year, she was working.
Oh, yes. She was going to work every day, coming home every night. Yes.
Feel like Stacy, this was an episode in her life that she dealt with.
Yes, I know it was.
Okay, so you feel like if the board saw fit to allow her to continue providing care for patients and patients in the area up there, for the nurse license, she would comply with any condition they placed on
Yes,
her.
because I mean, she's been worried about this, and I know for a fact it was just one episode, but like she went to work every day since, until she found out their license was suspended. So I believe, yeah, she would go back to work and she'd do everything she needed to do.
That's all I have.
You said, she admitted she was taking her pills. Did you have any idea she was taking her pills? No, sir, because I was in so much pain that I was taking them, I just didn't count. I'm not gonna, when I had broke my knee and then I had ACL surgery, and that was the only thing that would help my knee. Do you think that she act differently at all at that point in time? Were you able to tell how she was acting because you were in so much pain? It wasn't that it was the pain, but I mean, she would come in, check on me, and she'd call while she was at work. So I mean, I don't think that it affected her work, no, sir, by any means. Do you think this, I guess my question, why do you think this happened? Because everybody else seems to say she's had no other issues until then. So what do you think? What caused this? Well, I was not working. So she was just under a lot of stress. And I believe she let the stress get to her. And like I said, I think she's learned her lesson, and that's why she did it. I know we've got the drug screens, but are you aware of any, you've been married for how many years? 20 years, almost 20 years. So you would know her. If she had any other drug or alcohol problem before or now that you're aware of? No, sir. I have no questions.
Have nothing to
Any questions from the panel for this witness?
He's excused as far as we're concerned.
Thank you, Mr. Howell.
I called a licensee. Stacy, you know why we're here today? What the board's charged with responsibility of doing, right, Stacy?
I do.
Now, I want you to explain to the board, if you can, what what compelled you to risk your license back in 2019 conduct there?
Like I said, 2019 was a pretty rough year for me and my husband. He wasn't working. I was pretty much the sole breadwinner. I had some diverticulitis issues and one thing led to another, and I started self-medicating, and I was like, oh, this takes away all the pain. And I couldn't stop. I was in a deep, dark depression at that time. Didn't see no way out of it. We were short money. See anybody, didn't have nobody to talk to. Was pretty much ashamed of everything that I was doing, and I hid it. I realized I had a problem. I did, and I did, I did take the medication. I think it was after the fact that reality hit in November of 2019 that I really do have a problem. I sought out help from a friend of mine whose husband had went through Haven House, and he highly recommended it. I voluntarily admitted myself for 3 months, 90 days. Went through transition and long-term for 90 days. And I come out, and it made me a better person today. It was absolutely the best thing I've ever done for myself. I have worked since then, since getting out. I had a 2 or 3 month span where I needed to collect myself after that to make sure that going back to nursing was the right thing for me at that time. I've been clean ever since. I take random drug tests at my own expense. And like I said, I have been working, and I've worked at Bolivar Medical Center for the past almost 2 years. No disciplines, no negative drug screens. Like I said, no disciplines, and I have all my letters stating that, that I am a good nurse, and it just took me a while to believe that. But if the board sees fit for me to keep my license, I would really appreciate it if it's considered. I want nothing more than to be a nurse, to keep being a nurse. That's all I ever wanted. I was a correctional officer for almost 14 years, and it took me that long to figure out what I wanted to do with my life, and that's all I want. That's all I have, and I thank you.
Stacy, when you went to rehab, find that my understanding is, based on what I've got in my file, is that you found that you were having some issues with depression that was creating some issues.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're currently in counseling for that, correct?
I'm seeing a psychiatrist, correct.
Okay, and so any condition that the board were to place upon you pertaining to anything for any type of evaluation, you wouldn't have a problem with doing that because you're doing that already, correct?
Absolutely, I'll keep doing it.
Gotcha. Do you feel like that board were not to suspend you, or not to revoke your license, but put you on some type of strict probation, whether that would be extended period of time, drug testing, psych eval, anything like that? You've obviously done well in the last almost 2 years since you got out of Haven House, even in the nursing community. Would you continue to do that?
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely, I will.
important, y'all indulge me for just a second. That's in there, isn't it? That's in, okay. And did you do like outpatient after you left Haven House?
I did not do outpatient. I did extensive inpatient for 3 months. I did see a counselor at that time. I actually saw two counselors at that time. I was seeing the counselor the therapist that I have from Haven House for a while. And then, she was in Oxford and it was just too far to go. So I got one at home and I saw her for a little while.
Now, Norman Young, the investigator at the Attorney General's office, who testified, y'all had discussions about what he thought you need, things that you needed to do, but did the rehab on your own?
Did the rehab and I went on my own.
And you heard him testify that he, since you actually went to work for two other medical providers since this incident, he checked in behind to see whether to make sure that there weren't any problems and that your employers knew about your circumstance. You divulged that to them prior to your employment,
Yes, I
correct?
did.
Okay, and is it your representation to the board that you've had no incidents whatsoever regarding any kind of patient care related to disbursement of medicine or any other care whatsoever since your employment with those two companies?
No, sir, I've had no medication errors. I've had no disciplinary actions. I never miss work. I go to work all the time. My character there is pretty good, I think, with the residents and the staff. I do what I'm supposed to do. And I'll keep doing it.
And I believe we've got some letters from certain people that you worked for in the last 2 years. as
I
well.
do.
Those are some, I believe, exhibits, R2, I believe. I think that amount. Anything you want to say to the board? Anything else you want to say? Well, let's just wait. We'll do that in close. I'm sorry.
Ms. Sarah, would you please, for the record, state your name, place of residence, and current place of employment?
Stacy Hare, Cleveland, Mississippi, Bolivar County. I'm still employed with Bolivar Medical Center.
How long have you employed with Bolivar Medical Center?
Almost 2 years.
You had any type of disciplinary action with them at all?
No, sir, I have not.
Could you tell the board your educational background, where you attended school?
I attended school at Mississippi Delta Community College. My highest was LPN. I also did EMT and CNA at Kahoma Community College. I graduated from LPN school in 2014.
Where have you worked throughout your career?
I did about 13, 14 years at Mississippi Department of Corrections as a correctional officer 4. From then I went to nursing school and I was the LPN at Walter B. Crook Nursing Facility when I first got out. I then went to Nexion, which is now, it's now Nexion, but it was Joy at the time. And I worked there up until all this happened. Then I went to rehab and I started working at the VA in Oxford for a little while. Then I went to Greenville, and like my husband said, that it was a bad area, so he wanted me closer to home, so I went to Bolivar, and that's where I've been ever since.
Do you have any excuse me, any disciplinary action with any of those places of your employment?
No, sir, I have not.
Prior to allegations made against you today, have you had any previous disciplinary action brought before this board?
No, sir, I have not.
I know you said currently you're in a counseling for depression, is that correct?
I'm seeing a psychiatric nurse practitioner.
Are you doing anything? Are you taking any other kind of counseling, any kind of treatment program?
No, sir.
In your notes you wrote in the statement, you said that you were prescribed, was it narco?
Yes.
And did you say that's when this started?
The depression?
No, the addiction to opioids.
Yes, absolutely.
So do you think if you were prescribed another narcotic in the future, is that a fear that might be an issue then?
I've actually turned down medications, opiate medications I have.
Can you kind of tell us about that night when it happened, when you were called back? What caused the incident?
It was actually my day off and I was called by Wanda to come up there because they had some discrepancies with the medication. I was hesitant at first. I was ashamed. I eventually took the drug test and I was positive. I admitted to what I did to Norman. I think that was around about 2 days later, maybe. She had actually called me up there and then I went home and she had called me back for the drug test.
That was in November, correct?
November.
You said in your statement you'd been taking them since March, taking them for residence?
May.
May? I'm sorry, May. Would you think, had it not, the discrepancies not been noticed, that you'd still be doing that now? Had you not been called?
No, at that time, I was already into looking for a rehab facility for myself at that time to self-report.
That's from May to November. That's a pretty good time frame. Would you say that you put people, were you taking those while you were at work?
Yes,
Would you say that would put your patients at risk?
yes, I was under the influence.
That crossed your mind at all while that was going on?
It did, and then it didn't. The addiction is powerful. It is.
So you'd say you're pretty lucky that no one, so was everybody else, no public harm was done? I know we took out the second charge. Are you aware of the terms of that non-adjudicated order regarding the terms?
I am.
So if you don't meet those stipulations, you will be considered guilty, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you pled guilty to those charges, is that correct? You know how long, what those stipulations are? On the terms of that?
I have 8 months supervised. It's for a year, but it's 8 months supervised or for unsupervised.
So you're aware that if those do come back and it's a guilty plea, then that will be another charge.
It'll be the same charge, but I will have to carry out that guilty plea.
It'll also be a conviction.
Correct.
So you are aware of those stipulations on that?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, any questions from the panel or? Go ahead.
All right, so I mean, the first question I have for you is, do you consider yourself
I'm a recovering addict.
And the reason I ask you that is because, I was looking at your PMP, that P13, and based on that PMP, I see some things that have been done recently.
Right.
So if we are an addict, based on the two things that I'm seeing on here that are recent, is that something that you should be entertaining?
I spoke to my psychiatric nurse practitioner about that. It's a up in the air kind of thing. The tramadol, I did not get.
So to clarify, based on this, because I'm looking here on the PMP and it shows that it was March 16th of 22. And it was filled.
Right, it was filled, but they were flushed. I didn't want anything hanging over my head. I didn't want to have any kind of opiate on anything.
So to kind of follow up with what I'm asking you, have you attended any NA meetings?
I've attended a couple since I've been out of rehab.
What was that timeline?
It was in 2020.
Is there any other documentation that you can show us as far as aftercare, meaning in a sponsor? You're saying you're seeing a psychiatrist, but are you seeing a psychologist? What kind of follow-up are you doing? Because I'm not seeing anything documented since 2019.
Okay. No, not aftercare wise. No, I had a sponsor and she's from Bruce. But aftercare wise, no, ma'am.
Do you make contact with the sponsor still?
I keep in contact with my recovery community. The people that, you know, that I was in rehabilitation with. We always have each other's back. If something goes wrong or if we're, you know, triggered or anything like that, you know, I know who we can contact or who I can contact in that case. Yes, ma'am.
So, Ms. Hare, a couple of questions here I've got. The first thing is, when you admitted to taking the drugs in 2019, you knew eventually you were coming before the board.
Yes,
So you had a good idea in 2019 that at some point you were coming before the board, right?
yes.
And so you checked yourself into rehab and you were there for 90 days. Skipping ahead a little bit, did you just begin taking Adderall in August of this year?
I did. I was tested here in Jackson, actually.
Okay, all right. And so you're on Adderall. You take 40 milligrams a day.
Yes, sir.
Now, my next question is this. You presented us with a nice little stack of drug screens
Yes, sir.
that you've taken here. I assume you've done this on your own accord.
Yes, sir.
Hopefully to prove to the board that
Yes, sir.
you're maintaining sobriety.
Yes, sir.
My question's this. In July of 21, you took 4, which would be 1 a week. August of 21, you took 2. September of 21, you took 2. October of 21, you took 2. Then you dropped down November 21, 1, December 21, 1. And then there's a 4-month gap, which during that 4-month gap is when you had that tramadol fill.
Tramadol. I wasn't aware of that. No, sir.
Okay. And then in April of 22, you took 2 drug screens. And then there's a 5-month gap until September the 15th of 22.
Okay.
The holes here throw a lot of questions up, particularly considering you started Adderall in that period. You had tramadol filled. I know you said you flushed them, but
I did.
please see the way that. you're
I
looking at
totally
this.
understand. Yes, sir.
It looks as if there's skips in there to support what might have happened there.
Right.
So you checked yourself into rehab. I guess my question here is, we need credible proof. I mean, we need heavy proof that you're truly sober.
Yes, sir.
You know, I don't hear that there's been any much aftercare other than seeing a psych nurse practitioner. You know, with the drug screens, I'm just seeing some holes here. Let me jump forward and ask this. If you were able to maintain your license, would you remain at Bolivar County Hospital, or would you go back to your previous employer that seems that they want you back, or?
I would probably do PRN there. Yes.
Do you feel like going back to where all of this occurred would open up some fresh wounds or some old wounds?
It could possibly. I don't anticipate that. I really don't. Like I said, where I'm at now, I've had no triggers, no issues at all.
Are you currently being treated for depression?
Bipolar 2 disorder.
What medications are you taking?
For bipolar 2, I'm on Lamictal. That's 100 milligrams 1 time a day. I'm on trazodone for insomnia. I'm on Latuda 1 time a day. The Adderalls for the ADHD that I was tested for, and that's 2 times a day.
And so currently you're not in any form of counseling?
Not counseling, not per se, no, sir.
Oh.
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-up, council?
There you go.
We can begin with closing statements. Go ahead, council.
Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1L provides that the board has the power to suspend or revoke the license of a licensed practical nurse for unprofessional conduct. Diverting the residents narcotics in a signed note, which ultimately impacted 9 different residents and all Medicaid. She admitted to taking those drugs while she was on duty and over the course of from May to November of 2019. She's also entered a guilty plea, but currently non-adjudicated pending stipulations. That guilty plea said admits to willfully taking or obtaining a controlled substance, which is in violation of the administrative code type 30. Accordingly, we would respect this board panel consider all available avenues in regards to the license of Ms. Thayer to practice as a licensed practical nurse in the state of Mississippi in order to safeguard the life and health of patients.
Thank you, council.
Thank you, board.
Moran.
Thank y'all, for y'all's attention here today and the questions that the board asked my client. I've been, yes, Stacy shortly, after she, got involved with Norman, she came to my office, and I will be the first to admit that, I was one of those concerned about Stacy and moving forward, because she was at a place in her life, she didn't know where to go, know what was gonna happen to her. She knew she had children. She had the support. She knew that she had a husband that, that she had to answer to, and that she knew she had let people down in her community at her employment. We went through the process of, going through the criminal process. She is on a 1-year, she was on a 1-year non-adjudication program, which is coming to a conclusion, and I anticipate, probably before Christmas, that Judge Coleman will enter an order dismissing her case. But that's not the end of, her journey with me. I've told her that I will help her in any way that I can, because I feel like she is the type of person that we need in our community in the Delta area in North Mississippi. I currently represent 4 of the medical providers in the area, my practice, and I can't tell you, some of those individuals are in high stress jobs that are in the same type situation Stacy was, but I see some of them not meeting the challenge like she did. Stepped up to the plate and did the things that Norman asked her to do, that I asked her to do, that the court asked her to do. And she's got people coming in here today that say they're willing to help carry the flag for her, with her, allow her to continue providing for her patients, for the people in the Cleveland area that so desperately need nurses. I ain't got to tell y'all that, people on this board. We got a shortage in my area, people who care about patients. We have a lot of nurses, a lot of doctors, practitioners that are there, but do they care about their patients really? Stacy does, Stacy did. I can represent to the board. I've been doing this 34 years. I can tell you that it's been, every time I see her name on my appointment list, it's a pleasure for her to come in my office and me talk to her. And I can't say that about the other 450 clients that I have that come in, unfortunately. Only a handful I can say that about. But I can say it about Stacy. And I understand that the board would have some concern about a relapse here. I understand that, but I think the board can take precautions and can place conditions on her, just like Norman said, Ms. Matthews said, Ms. Moore said, represented to this board. I don't think any one of those individuals would compromise their good name and their reputation in their field if they didn't feel like Stacy Hare was that person. that could be an asset to the nursing community. I think she has been absent this episode, and she will be if y'all give her an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Does you have anything else to say?
We still have another matter. Okay. Well, let's do this. Let's go ahead and hear that one. And then we can deliberate on both. And maybe get everybody home at a relatively decent hour.
Do you have any witnesses that you're gonna, just you?
No, I'm just making sure. I was thinking about it down there. Yeah. It's Colin get on work until like 6:30. I told you.
We didn't catch up. We're doing our best to catch up. It means that I'm tired now. But I won't ask as many questions as I would have earlier. I think I do. I think that it may very well be, right? Do I? Doesn't look like I do on that one. Yeah, I use that bed. Be better. Thank you, Andrew. I would have had the wrong exhibit numbers. I need to just do it and bring my purpose in here. That's the better way probably to do it than plugging this thing around. And I was gonna do that today and I got in here and I didn't. Oh, well. I am.
All right, the next matter before the board panel. License number P 324-288, which is a restoration. See, Mr. Spencer is present. Right. Okay, we will allow for opening statements. We'll of course hear from both parties. There will be an opportunity for questioning from the board panel. A decision, the board panel will consider findings of fact and conclusions of law and render its decision, a copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days in this hearing. These hearings are open to the public. There is a quorum present. At this time, ask that the witnesses be sworn.
Solemnly swear that the testimony
Yes.
All right, Mr. Spencer, you're not represented by counsel, correct? You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel? You also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf? Further understand that you have the right to have subpoenas issued on your behalf by the board.
Sir.
And you are ready to proceed in this matter? All right, thank you very much. Council, we have some preliminary matters in this one.
Yes, Your Honor, we moved to introduce exhibits 1B through, I'm sorry, B1 through B6.
Okay.
Mr. Spencer was provided a copy of those earlier today as well.
All right. So you've had an opportunity to review those, Mr. Spencer?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any objection? Council, I do have on our exhibit list a B7. Did you want that one included as well?
Yes, I'm sorry, B1 through B7. I apologize.
All right, they are admitted. Since this is a restoration packet, Mr. Spencer will begin with you. If you have an opening statement, you can make it at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Only thing I have to say in my opening statement is basically that I take full responsibility for what I've done. I realized that it wasn't the right decision to make. And I have been not working now for about a year now. And I would greatly appreciate if you guys would consider, restoration of my license, being the fact that I have been off for a whole year. And I feel like that is a reasonable amount of time for what the action is that I've done. I understand it was a serious thing to do, but I have taken courses to, re-educate myself and understand the stipulations of what I did. And I just want to take full responsibilities for my actions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Spencer. Ms. Austin?
Today, Mr. Spencer is asking this board panel to restore his license in his state to practice practical nursing, and the burden of proof is upon Mr. Spencer to show any and all evidence as to why that restoration should occur. Mr. Spencer was licensed to this state as an LPN in July of 2009. On August 25th, 2021, a final order was issued by this board revoking Mr. Spencer's license. In that order, the board panel previously found that Mr. Spencer took medication, namely hydrocodone 5 milligrams from patient 1 because that medication was not available for patient, because the same medication was not available for patient 2, and gave patient 1's medication to patient 2, but then falsely documented having given the medication to patient 1. Mr. Spencer has now filed an application seeking restoration of his license. When considering his request for restoration, I would ask this board panel to carefully consider the factors set forth in Rule 1.2D 6A through G for restoration. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Austin. Mr. Spencer, this is your opportunity to share with the board panel why you believe your license should be restored.
All righty. When this situation happened back in February of 2019, I was definitely going through some things. My best friend had just got murdered like 2 months before well, he got murdered the end of November. And then my grandson passed like January the 2nd of that year. So, a lot of things were going on, but I hate to use anything as an excuse for why I did what I did. What I did was I had two residents in the same room, and my patient, and I'm very sympathetic to my patients. The one patient had been crying all day, and she had been complaining of pain all day, crying and screaming, complaining of pain all day. And she didn't have any of her Norcos in the narcotic drawer, but she had a roommate that had the exact same order. And just after listening to her cry all day, I did something I shouldn't have did. I went ahead and borrowed one of the other. Of course, I had already reordered hers from pharmacy, but they wouldn't be in until later on that night. So by the time the end of the shift came, I felt I had so much sympathy for it. I just went ahead and made the wrong decision. And I did reorder the medication and everything. But and then after the situation happened, I ended up meeting with, I'm not sure what the guy's name was, but he was from the state board up here. He came down to Grenada, where I'm from, and he met me at Walmart, and he had me to sign this form. And I thought that was the end of the situation. First time I had ever been contacted by the state board about anything. I never had any issues with state board, never had any kind of troubles, period. And I've been nursing since '09. And so when I signed this form, I thought that was the end of that situation. And then come last year, the first time I found out that wasn't the end of it was like maybe December 22nd of 2021 was when it's time to renew licenses. I got a phone call from my employer saying that my license was revoked. And I was just flabbergasted. I'm like, I had no idea why. I started calling, checking, of course, and I found out that it was the fact that I missed a hearing that was on in June of 2021. And during that time of June of 21 last year, I'm assuming, I'm not sure exactly what address you guys had on file, but a lot of my paperwork used to go down to my dad's house. And my dad, during that time, was going through, he eventually got diagnosed with lung cancer. And he ended up passing. I have his death certificate and everything. He ended up passing in November. But all of last year, he was in and out the hospital. So I never got that paperwork. I actually got a new address in June of last year. I have a lease agreement showing that. I got a new address last year. So amongst all of that, I did not get that form to come to the hearing in June of last year, because there's no way I would have missed it. I know that it's automatic suicide if you don't come to one of these hearings. There's no way you can continue nursing without showing up to these hearings. Know that. So there's no way I would have missed that. But amongst all the things that were going on with my dad, and like I said, I never saw the information. I still haven't seen it to this day. Once he passed, I figured amongst cleaning out his house and stuff like that, that I would eventually run up on it, but I still never saw it. So when this happened on December 22nd, I used to work a lot of hours. I actually worked 39 12-hour days in one row at one time. 39 days, 12-hour shifts. So I work a lot. And I guess I need to take time out to check on my situations and stuff too. But I slipped in, and that's why I'm here to take full responsibilities for my actions. And hopefully you guys see fit.
Ms. Salzman, any questions for Mr. Spencer?
Mr. Spencer, what's your educational background?
I graduated from Grenada High School in '98. And I went to LPN school and graduated from Holmes Community College in Grenada in '09.
And have you had any other prior disciplinary matters other than the one that we're discussing today?
No, ma'am, not at all.
You would turn to the end of your packet, which I believe is B6. We're going to turn over to the final order. I believe it was your testimony that you didn't know that your license was revoked until December of 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Where were you working in December of 2021?
I was working at Diversicare in Batesville. But I worked for an agency, but that's the facility I was working for. I worked for Precision Agency. They're located here in Flowood, I think. But I was working for that agency, but I was working at Diversicare facility.
And is the agency the one that alerted you that your license was revoked?
The staff development nurse from Diversicare notified me first.
And it-
And they notified.
And if you would, in looking at this order, do you see what the date of the order is? August the 25th, 2021?
Did notice that.
And it's your testimony today that you had absolutely no idea that your license had been revoked.
No idea whatsoever.
When you found out that it was revoked, did you quit working immediately?
Yes, ma'am. I stopped immediately because I was supposed to work for Christmas and New Year's Day, but I didn't make it to those days. I didn't work anymore after that.
I know that your testimony, is you said you had not worked in about a year. Does that include any type of jobs or just
Well,
nursing
Yes,
jobs?
yes, nursing. I've been working for my brother. My brother is a helicopter pilot. He works for the medevac team in Batesville, and he has been doing a lot of home improvement to his house. So I've been working for him since January.
So you've been employed, just not in nursing.
Yes, ma'am, just not in nursing. It's just been working for my brother.
And I think you stated previously that you had two patients in the same room and you admit that you used the medication of one patient on the other. And if given the opportunity to work again, would you do that again?
I would never jeopardize my license like that ever again. No way, no how. I learned my lesson from this situation. That's it.
And do you want to continue working as an LPN?
Yes, ma'am, I surely do. I realize how much I miss it and how much I've liked it until this long stint in which when I went into nursing, my brother gave me that, the one that I'm working for now, he gave me the idea to go into nursing. And I eventually grew to love what I do. And amongst these 12 years of nursing I had, I've just enjoyed it more and more and more every year.
Tell me again what type of facility it was where you were working.
I have always worked in nursing homes.
So a
geriatrics.
long-term care type facility.
I worked in these nursing homes. I had one home health job, and it was for, I think the name of it was, they were out of Batesville too. Oxford Healthcare was the only home health job that I had. Otherwise, I've just been working for nursing homes.
Do you have any licenses in any other jurisdictions or states? Only in Mississippi? Have you ever had any criminal charges brought against you?
Oh, no, no traffic job violations.
Other than traffic violations, no other criminal history? If this board restores your license, are you agreeable to completing any type of refresher courses or any other requirements that the board deems necessary?
Absolutely.
And are you truly sorry about the incident with medication?
I'm very sorry about that. I never let anything like that happen again. I understand the importance of giving the right medication to the right person at the right time. And I took online courses and everything to, refresh my ideas on that. So, anything like this ever happened.
And what about the documentation as well?
That's different. Documentation is very important. That is one of them that is very important. The main issues of medication administration. Documentation.
No further questions.
Any questions from the board panel for Mr. Spencer?
I got one. Mr. Spencer, are you aware that every time you move, you gotta let the board know your mailing address?
I was not aware of that until I found out when this situation here happened.
I'm making you aware right now.
Yes, sir. Yes,
If you ever
sir.
move, if
Yes,
it's
sir.
10 times a year, you've got to let the board know every
Board
single
know.
time you move. Because you most likely would not have lost your license had you been able to come to the hearing. So you need to make sure that the board has your current address at all times. My other question is this. You gave patient number 2, patient number 1's medicine.
Okay.
Was patient number 2 ordered the same dosage that you gave? So you gave the correct dose.
They both had the exact same order for hydrocodone 5325. They both had that order, so yes.
The
it
patient was
the exact
thriving in
same
pain,
dose.
so you borrowed from one and gave to the other.
Yes, sir, that's exactly what I did.
I have no other question.
I just have one question. What have you been doing this last year for, as far as occupation?
I've been working for my brother. I have a brother. He's a helicopter pilot at the medevac in Batesville. And he is doing a lot of home improvements to his home. So, and he the type, he likes to do everything yourself. So he gives me these jobs to do and I YouTube how to do them because I have never done any kind of, construction type, building type work ever. So he has all the tools and he tells me to YouTube it. And I have learned how to install floors, do cut tile and put tile in fireplaces. I've done electrical work, plumbing work. I'm doing all kind of work down there, but I'm sick of it.
So you're telling us you've learned a new skill during this year?
I've learned a lot of new skills. Yes, ma'am. I have cut hair. That's something I used to do back in the days. I used to be a barber back in the days. I have started back cutting hair. Just, whatever I can to make ends meet. Yeah.
Anything further from the panel? Mrs. Spencer, what is your current mailing address?
B Windmill Code, Grenada, Mississippi, 38901.
And the father's was that I-684.
864 Top Plant Road. Yes, ma'am.
Any follow-up, council? Mrs. Spencer, anything further you'd like to share with the board on this matter?
The fact that I have truly learned my lesson. This put me back to being I gotta be sharp at all times. I have to, sharp with my documentation, sharp with my medication, sharp with notifying you guys where I stay, everything. It just put me back into, I don't take anything for granted now, just to pay attention to everything that's going on.
All right. I think at this time, we are ready for closing statements. Mr. Spencer, we can begin with you.
Like I said, I take full accountability and full responsibility for what I did. When it was first addressed with me, I was perfectly honest with them, and I just was willing to take whatever my punishment was, and that's how I am. I'm not gonna run from my punishment. I have to deal with it and don't let it happen again. So correct my mistakes.
Ms. Austin?
Again, I would just respectfully request the board panel considering the following factors pursuant to Rule 1.12D6A through G. Severity of the actions, his conduct prior to surrender of his license, compliance with restoration requirements, whether he is currently in violation of any applicable statute, court order or rule, his rehabilitative efforts, to consider his competency to practice nursing, and lastly, to consider his competency to practice nursing safely. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the board panel to go into close determination as to whether executive session is necessary on these matters.
I'll make that motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Now entertain a motion for the board panel to exit to executive session for deliberation on license number P324288 and license number P329983.
I will make that motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. The board will now exit to executive session. We will return with decisions in both matters shortly.
I'm always sitting down.
I'll just be Dr. Stewart. That's right. I'll be Dr. Stewart.
You found nothing with her name, but you see what's in school.
All right, again, I thank everyone for your patience today. We are back on the record. I'll entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
I'll make that motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number P 329983, the board panel renders the following: suspension stayed with drug-related stipulations to include a $500 fine, support group sponsor and home group, evaluation for chemical dependency, substance abuse, psychiatric, psychological evaluation, probation for 60 months, present and future employer notification, indirect supervision, employer reports, prohibited areas of practice to exclude long-term chronic care facilities. And this will be after 12 months. Counselor treatment management team reports, AA, NA attendance calendars, drug screens, quarterly reports. A copy of this order will be forwarded within 30 to 45 days of this hearing. Are there any questions?
Licensee has no questions. We appreciate y'all's time.
Right. Thank you. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Following deliberation on license number P 324288, the board panel renders the following: reinstated with no stipulations. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of this hearing date. Are there any questions? You'll need to wait on the order because whoever you work for will want the order.
Good enough.
All right. If there are no other questions, that will conclude the board panel business for today. You are excused.